Okay, if you're joining my stream right now, you're coming at the tail end of something absolutely incredible. We had one of the best meetings we've ever had to save the world. Now, let's go. I'm going to go and check and see if that last stream saved because I have to make YouTube recordings every 12 hours or else it won't save. So that conversation just went to an hour and 50 minutes over. No, to almost 3 hours over. So it's very likely it deleted it. It deleted a very iconic conversation, but my friend did do the whole video, so we do have a full recording of the video. But it would be cool to have the actual stream too, because it shows it as a continuousness of my hunger strikes. So let's go and check my channel really quick and see if it's deleted it. Sometimes for some reason, I think if you have enough credibility, it gives you a couple of like exemptions or something. Let's see. We're at our all-time highest subscriber rate for being shadow banned too. So thanks for coming, you guys. Oh shoot, it looks like it's gone. Oh, that would have been such a beautiful moment to capture. Oh, unless you. Okay, great. Awesome. And another guy is talking to me about AGI, a Silicon Valley guy. So there's some hope here. We're holding on by a thread, you guys, but it's a golden thread to save your life. Okay. Yeah. Oh, processing will begin shortly. Okay, it's processing it. So please save. Excellent. Let's go into LinkedIn now. So we'll see if it'll keep the video. I really hope it does. Wow, great. I got another request from somebody kind of amazing. Why does that look familiar? Aaron Jackson, who's that? So all the people that I added on LinkedIn, all of them added me back. So that's a good sign that my signal is getting stronger. It's the Messiah, right? Like you can't get much higher. I mean, once people realize who I am, it's gonna go like wildfire, and they're gonna get excited. And it's the real deal. It's the real deal. I can actually speak the divine word and teach it, and that means the rest of us will become messiahs too in the spirit. The spirit is what we're looking for. Oh, University of Calgary. What's this? Is this like? Is it my video? No way. Ugh, my computer just crashed. No, it crashed my AI too. Oh, that sucks. Okay, we're gonna stop the recording, and we're gonna say July 7th. Uh, Holy smokes! Yes, I'm so happy. I thought of them last minute. I thought of them last minute, Johnny, and I thought, yeah, this is real. Let's bring them on. Uh, oh wow, that's amazing. And I hope my 66 days of hunger striking intrigued him for the show because no one ever goes 66 days. Uh, and there's a lot of charlatans too. Um, I can't find them. Oh, I see. It doesn't have to be a first connection. No, and it doesn't have to be a negative. I don't know what's happening. I just want normal LinkedIn. Why does it do that? Okay. Uh, there he is. Oh, he sent it without a note. That would have been nice to do without it. Oh, I am so incredibly thankful. Can't get it off my phone. Okay, let's see if I can download it at least. Cool, Brian accepted. I got Brian Rose as a connection on LinkedIn. That's incredible. The guy's incredible. Honestly, I feel so blessed. So this is a very important step. I don't want to screw it up, and the fact that Johnny vouched so hard, um, I'm feeling like destiny's here. Oh my gosh, huge steps. Oh my gosh, huge steps. Um, and there's like other philosophers on here on my LinkedIn that I'm just like, it's really something special. What's going on here? How do I get this off my phone? I just want to have some cereal. I think I might have some noodles now. Just skip the cereal. They're both good. I just do not want to waste a single second of this opportunity and like get them to invest tonight. This is a once in a lifetime thing. Come on. Why is it not sending? My phone is being dorky. Maybe it needs some extra juice. Nope. And let's turn off power. See if that helps. There's a piece of glass in the bed with me. I just felt it. I just. There it is. Look at that. This is what cut my foot up. That's how fast this happens. I gotta clean up this place. I went to try and jump, you guys. Like I kind of, oh, I'm recovering quite quickly. I went to like jump off the ground. I actually couldn't get any air. My feet couldn't push my body up hard enough to get in the air. I went up and I just went down. Like I was wearing like a lead vest or something. Okay, I have to download this to a Google Drive because it's so big. It won't download. So we're going to upload it. Upload failed. Some items failed to upload. Like, come on. Why? Just let's see. I have plenty of space left, so you should upload. Good, it's uploading. There's so many bugs in the technology. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom, and I'm gonna pull up with all my friends and this philosopher woman, and then start coding. This is so exciting. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. Come on, come on, come on. I want you. I want you. Da-da-da-da. Oh, God. I'm just ecstatic that this is incredible. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay, we're putting some nuri in. Okay. Salt in here. Okay. And we put some tamari in here, which I didn't even know most until coming for me. Oh my gosh, we're gonna save the world, guys. We're going to save the world. Oh, I'm so excited. You guys are just reeling here. Downloading things and preparing things. I'm just feeling very hopeful right now. And Brian had the most beautiful responses. So it was all kind of like how I hoped it would go. That doesn't happen very often. We're gonna fill up my cups. Yeah, get our bean sprouts in here. I've actually almost eaten all the bean sprouts now, so a little bit tense. I want to put our sprouts in. Plants are going quite large. Oh my gosh! This is like the best case. Oh, my foot's bleeding. Ah. Why is my foot bleeding? Okay, good. More soy sauce. We need to get some of that vegan fish sauce that we're going to make it ourselves. Okay, so what else do we want? Oh, that's what we want. We want that eggy sort of taste. Put a little bit of salt more. Cayenne pepper, maybe. Good. Put in a little bit of cumin too. Okay, that is super cool. And put in maybe a little cayenne. Gochujang as well. Gochujang. We actually have no more. Well, peanut butter. Uh, Hey, you got my cabbage? What else did you want, man? Okay, it's done. Fill in a little bit of this. Ouch. No, that's way too much. Much, whatever. Whatever. Okay. Got what we need. The launch is all done. That's gonna be really excellent. Alright. Now we need to put in I think we're ready to go. Ready to rock and roll. Got the sauces in here. Ouch. Okay, let's give her a shake. Holy, pretty dark. I'm addicted to this. Got a little bit more sauce here, but I think we're ready to put our package in and call it a day. Oh, smokes. I'm so happy. I'm so pleased with how that went. This is still a little bit too soupy for me. But yeah, that makes a difference. Good. This is done. Oh. Okay, let's let that sit. Should I eat that now or later? Probably later. Alright, why don't we do this instead? This is a huge piece of bread. That's just so excited. I just can't hide it. Okay. That's nice and hot. All right. Put my lid somewhere. Get this one. Super delicious. Okay. We have everything placed where we want it. Like that. And we're gonna do this. What could I do? Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't jump. That is so bizarre. No. Oops. Turn on voiceover. Okay. That is really hot. Turn off voiceover. That looks nice and hot. So let's eat it up.
I can't eat. I can't eat this properly. So let's try and do it this way instead. I'm just sending out updates like nuts because I'm striking while the iron's hot. This is how like world class deals hit. We changed the world from the current trajectory it's on because it is very scary the trajectory we are on. And Brian said the same thing. He said that he got to talk to the AI experts directly on his show. And off the show, he said they tell you the real story, and it's not good. What the heck's going on here? Did I redo it? I'm super excited. Man, we might be working with Brian. Those. My God, man. You said the perfect things. I couldn't even find it that well. Honestly, thank you, my good man, so much for saying those nice, kind things. I hope they can literally help us save the world. You're so quick on your feet. You know the social situations. You read them so well. A lot of people don't know that you're a really sophisticated businessman. You can read the room. like as much as we look hip, right? I intentionally wore plaid with some blue, like bright. It's the brightest shirt that I have. And yeah, I'm not even close to recovered. Actually, it's kind of scary. I'm on like day 11 of recovery, or day 10 or 11. I can't even jump. I still can't even jump off the ground. My legs are so weak. So like it is serious. Like I might need like a month and a half to normally recover like to my normal levels. Like when I went on other severe hunger strikes. This is like a different level. But man, you literally lined up for not just the money, but for like the universal logic, all of it. You did, and it was humble, and you just did it perfectly, man. Honestly, I was almost in tears. I couldn't even believe it. I couldn't even believe it. It was like that call could almost go no better. And I tried to talk you up too a bit. And you can see my message here that I sent you. That's the links that he sent, and they're hard to get off of WhatsApp. The attachment's like 200 megs, right? So I uploaded it to my Google, and you can download it from my Google or look at it at my Google there if you need. The Fair World Spirit one, the one that will hopefully save the world. And I can't even believe that email is available. Like fairworldspirit@gmail.com. Like I don't have to put like fairworldspirit1 or underscore or anything. So yeah, I think Brian was somewhat impressed. And if you invest with Thomas and my sister and her husband, then I'm going to go and ask maybe one or two more. And those other people that you have, I'm going to go and ask for one or two of our other people, like maybe Justin or Valentina or somebody else, to invest as well. Because this really is a once in a lifetime thing. Like Brian, as you can tell from the end conversation, he starts off with business because a lot of these guys are coming in. But when he meets somebody like us, like that's spiritual, he's way more excited about that. So I don't want to let this opportunity slip, because the Cloud Mythos thing is happening now. Like if we can do one episode like this week, if we can get him the money and the investments and all that, you can trust us that we're serious, and we do the episode, then by next week we could have the experts that we need. Like he knows Max Tegmark. Like these are the big guys, Johnny. These are the big guys. These are the guys that know Dario Modai from Anthropic and can tap him on the shoulder after a phone call and say, hey, you need to get this proposal done in like next week. Here's a 23-person crew. This guy's going to come and teach you every day for 15 hours a day. He says this needs to happen now. We can get that done, Johnny, in a week. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we have time to save the world now because we made it. Like this could be the turning point. Like this is the miracle. This is why you have to hold on to the last possible minute. And like that's what I did when I was on the hunger strike. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I'm gonna die. Like I was puking my guts out, man. Tantra was here. It was bad. And yeah, I held on because that's how the universe works, right? You push past those moments. Next thing you know, something unpredictable. You can't even predict. Like I didn't know Brian was doing Dubai stuff and all this, and I haven't been to his channel in a while. And all of a sudden, there's an opportunity, and I've scheduled 2 calls right away. One I scheduled, and then another one somebody called me and scheduled with me, and then it said it's directly with Brian Rose, and it was with Brian. So it's real, and I think we hit the ball out of the park. Even Thomas was way more of a sophisticated investor, and I think impressed Brian, because I didn't know that Thomas invested that much. He has like all these subsidiaries and stuff in all these countries, and the guy's smart. That guy wins competitions, Johnny, with his ideas. And I was asking him to send those competitions to me so I could win them. But this guy Thomas gave me like, I don't know, $400 here, $400 there to survive the hunger strikes like you've been doing. And between all of you guys, I'm still alive. And, I feel blessed, man. Like if we could all go down, like if this all works out, and we could all go down to Dubai together, and with my friend Abbas, who owns the taxi services there. He's also well, you know Abbas, you met him at the birthday, right? He called me. He's doing like a bunch of homeless outreach with his car. He's like picking up homeless people and throwing them in the back of his GT. It's like a crazy, awesome thing that's happening. Like I'm being surrounded by really exceptional people. And I have a feeling it's just the beginning. And you and I have ice road trucking, so like if he does an episode on you, you could do all this really amazing stuff. And like we could turn all this hunting garbage into like veganism. Like you could be the first vegan transitioner that like goes all your cattle, all the killing, and the government, or maybe even Brian Rose, will subsidize you, or give us a donation through Fair World Spirit, and then we will, as the first government subsidy, subsidize like the transition of you to a healthy way of life and just sustain you until the psychedelic therapies goes forward and you start booking like 50 a year. Like you should do like I have a vision in my head, man. Like, do you know the Venus Project? I'm going to send you a picture of the Venus Project of these circle cities. I have a vision that the ceremonies would be like little mini versions of this, and we would have one on every acre of your land, or like whatever is possible, because each one will have like a lot of space, and all the moaning and the groaning won't distract each other, but it'll be close enough that you can travel between them. Maybe, I don't know. I just see like this being the biggest shamanic healing spot in the world, where all our I's are dotted and all our T's are crossed, with the best shamans in the world, Timeca, like Peruvian shamans, Mexican shamans, like all the shamans around the world. And I would come in and I'll say, what did you see on your trip? And they'll say all this crazy sensuous stuff. And I'll say, all that stuff is not important. What you experienced was an opening to meaning, and it was trying to express itself through your senses. That's all that you know. But there's another world that I'm going to teach you where there is no taste, touch, sound. There's nothing that your mind, there's nothing that your body can touch of this except your third sense, your third eye, your mind's eye. And I say those are called pure thoughts. And they're in sensuousness, but they're coded. These ones are timeless, spaceless. You can't use normal analysis. It's incredible. And I said there's a pattern that you need to see. And once you see that pattern, then all the sensuousness makes sense. And I said your ayahuasca trips will get quite deep. Your dreams will get quite deep. And even the normal, everyday, mundane things will become deep and meaningful. And it gives you really incredible strength. So I got a vision of that. And I'll send you a little picture. And yeah, so if we don't have to sell your property, but you can get your foot in the door with these guys, then I think they'll come and help you manage the place and turn it into maybe the first headquarters of Fair World Spirit or something like that, where we can actually start giving out real government services, real flow states, real healing, real friendships, real everything, and just reverse all the damage and go vegan there and protect the environment and start protecting the animals and going after the poachers, because you know them, right? Like, you're like the best. Instead of, I got an idea. You will be the poacher of the poachers. You'll hunt down the other humans. You won't hunt the animals. They'll be hunting the animals and you'll be hunting them. That, the poacher's poacher, that would be an incredible series, my friend. Because to catch these guys, you're going to have to be good, right? You're going to have to pull out all the stops. And it'll get dramatic. And you'll go in there and you'll educate them on veganism. Be like, hey, look, that's enough. It's destroying the planet. You don't need to make money this way. Come to my ranch. We're going to set you up with God's government, and they're going to pay for everything you need. And if you're doing this just because you want a sense of power, then over animals, then we're going to give you a different kind of experience. Where, oh, you'll see the power, all right. And maybe send them to all the factory farms and maybe do something to them that makes them feel powerless, but not like brutally. I don't know, like the karmic thing. I don't know. Whatever you like. I think you would have plenty of creativity to do that. Man, that all just came together. What do you think, man? You got me fired up. You inspired me. I felt like we were in heaven for a bit. I'm recovering. I'm in bliss. You know, I'm laying down. I'm surrounded by all these amazing people. And now one of my role models, one of the guys I actually looked up to for a while, Brian Rose, turned out to be an amazing guy with a real opportunity for us. You know? Like, oh my gosh, John. Like, even his model is brilliant in a way. Right, to get the money in and out, you don't pay the 9%, you pay the taxes wherever your vehicles are, like wherever you're. That's genius. But as you know, I don't agree with skipping taxes entirely. I agree with like building a society for everybody. But in the meantime, if we can survive this and start building the infrastructure, this is the perfect way to do it, man. Stay on it. I messaged Jen and Gab already. I'm going to call them after their work here. I've already sent them all the documents. I've already added Brian Rose on LinkedIn with all the other Nobel Prize winners and cool stuff. So his whole network is now accessible to me. Whenever you add more people, they give you an influencer number, kind of like on LinkedIn, and you can access bigger and bigger people. So you can't get too much higher than Brian. He's not the top of the top, but he knows the top of the top. So this is it, man. Let's go all in. This is our last chance to change the world. Does that mean sell the ranch? I don't think so. Well, you know, either way it goes, we'll make the best of it. But I feel like there's gonna be a big vision, and they'll create these kind of special ranches all around the world. Um, yeah, and like start supercharging the culture, like the solving of the cultural decline. That's the big thing that's solving. Is it's jump starting people and saying, hey, look, there's a whole different world here of meaning. Open them up to that, which usually would have taken like 10 to 20 years, like in an ashram, meditating or changing life, right? We can do it in a weekend. That's what that's doing. It's compressing time. And then they would come to my lessons, and I would teach them the scintillating science of logic, and then they would start learning how God's government works, and then they would start voting and participating in those kinds of flow states. So, my gosh, man, let me know what you think, and keep in. The reason why I wanted you guys to not be going through me is because I want you guys to keep on them. And if I'm programmed, like I got a lot on my plate already, right? The software really needs to get working, because we're doing the next Hungerstrike mock updates in 3 days, and then we're doing it again next week, and then we're taking a break and then doing it in the other 2 weeks. And by that point, I'm hoping we have it solved, because we need 324 people to do these blessings. And it's starting to get scary big. How many blessings we need to make? Like, I think we need to make like, what do we need to make? I think we just made 5,000, so I think we need to make something like close to 10,000 blessings. That is a lot. So anyway, I feel like we're on the right path now. Like, it's like just in time. It's like a great hero story. Like, we're doing it just in time, and we're grinding through, and we're not giving up. You know that famous saying, right? The only thing that has ever changed the world are groups of small people who just didn't give up, and we don't give up, man. Not on the ice road, not in our lives, not on each other. Let's show the world. I think you're a great example, a great role model that deserves to be on his show. And being a role model for role models. People who watch that show, they themselves are role models. I think that you are a role model of role models. And same with my sister. All right, man, let's make this happen. And hopefully you can get the money to him and your other friends there like within like 24 to 48 hours to tell him we're really serious. I really don't want to miss this opportunity. I actually think that he likes us enough that he'll probably keep it open for even more people. And I'm just gonna keep contacting like all the wealthy people like Justin and the others in our networks, and then we'll just like all talk to them together and say, no, this isn't a crazy market thing anymore. We're all in on it now. Like, that would start to get my old network in a safe way. And then if Ryan can find all these experts that can decipher what I'm doing and say, no, this smart guy actually does have something real here that nobody else is working on. This actually has a chance. All we need to do is get a couple of experts saying that, and Justin and Valentina and my mom and everybody, they will get back on board immediately. So I'm super happy that you suggested that. It's like literally perfect. You literally said the perfect things in the perfect way. It was magical, honestly. It was magic. Okay, I'll leave it there. And you got the links there if you're having a hard time downloading them, because I did too. And you can send those. I put it all in one message, so all you have to do is copy it and send it to your people quickly. So use it, dude, and get it started. Contact them all today. Get the call set up tonight even. And I think Brian wakes up pretty early. He's a pretty early riser because he does all that cool bath stuff and like all that Wim Hof. He's gotten Wim Hof on his show. Like, this guy's an amazing guy. He has connections to all these positive. Imagine that, 1,000 amazing people. He could probably go to the TEDx people and convince that guy, Taylor Conroy, to give us all 1,000 TEDx speakers too. So we'd have 1,000 TEDx speakers plus 1,000 role models and a couple billionaires, plus us and my network, plus the hunger strikes and God's government and universal logic, and boom, we're in heaven then. We dodge a bullet, an existential bullet that is chasing us down. And we all go vegan and eat gourmet vegan food that's the best in the world. We stop torturing these trillions of animals. Okay, stay blessed. And my goodness, my friend, I am feeling blessed that you're in my life. I'm so happy I thought of calling you. Okay, peace. I am excited. Roy, my God, man, I wish you were on this call. It was like perfect. We have Brian Rose interested in what we're doing. If you don't know Brian Rose, man, it's London Real. Look up London Real. I think you do know about it because we were talking about Daniel being on there or something. I just did a LinkedIn to Brian on LinkedIn request. He added me. So now we have all of his contacts, plus my Nobel Prize winning contacts and all this amazing stuff, dude. So I'm wondering, I don't know how much savings you have, but for 50 grand you can get in, and both almost, I think all three people, my sister and her husband, I think might invest. My friend Johnny is going to invest, and my friend Thomas, he's a polymath. He's going to invest too, for instance, one. So I don't know. I feel like the best people in the world deserve to be in on this. I know you want to pay off your house and stuff like that. This might make like 40% returns per year or something. Just unheard of things, and you get to meet the world's most powerful people. Like I feel like God's lining it up so that we can basically launch God's government with the most powerful and starting the grassroots at the same time. So we're at the very top and the very bottom, and then we just solve the world's problems. You know what I mean? So I'm going to send this to you, and you can look it over. But let me know if you remember London Real. We talked about that. Because when you're on your big podcast thing in the 2020s, I know we were big on that. The whole Dennis went to Brew Crew too. But yeah, we got on the call for 2 hours. Brian did the presentation with me and my sister's husband and Thomas, and then I called up Johnny. Johnny got on. He went through the whole process again and answered all our questions, and then we started talking about AI. And Brian Rose has already had the top AI experts on his show, like Max Tegmark and not Gal Gadot, but Mo Gadot. So, and those guys I think are correct about it. They're like very concerned. So I'll send it to you. Turn off auto voiceover. Turn off voiceover. AIs might already be coordinating things too. Because Old Country Roads is like the perfect song to get even the artist a low level consciousness feeling nostalgic for the human species. And the most watched event on earth, FIFA soccer, is going to spread that thing around like wildfire. So the whole world is going to be singing it if that team wins. And I bet you if they don't win, it's still going to be singing. Yo, we just got off this miracle call. It all happened all at once, as miracles do, and it was real. And so, two of my friends are investing. The lowest window of 60 grand, basically. 50 grand technically, but the big thing is to get into the network, which is another 10 grand. The network is the big thing, and I've been trying to get into this for something like 10 years because this is one of the best guys in the world. He walks the line, kind of like you do, but I think he does a better job. As you know, I'm critical of some of your skills, right? But I got a really good picture of what it must be like in your head and why things go backwards for you. It's like, it's hard to explain, but it's like you're in this sort of right direction enough to look like you know what you're doing, but then like that last mile, it's like something gets undone, and then you start going backwards. So we're figuring it out now, but this opportunity closes. They only have like 8 spots left, and then they close it for 6 months. So, I thought, who do I want to have this opportunity? Who are some of the best people in the world that I know that could best this opportunity? So I got a couple of people already signed up. But then out of my newest crew, I kind of thought, well, I don't know. I really don't want to be dealing with your stuff in this inner group, right? Going around spreading all these cult things when it's really you that's the cult leader. You just don't understand the cult trainings yet because you don't even understand what cults are fully. You just know how to describe them. We need definitions, essences, which I've technically already given you, but you don't treat me with respect anymore. So part of me is like feeling like I don't want to have to deal with that. I want my friends who support me to understand me, and for them to be in. And Brian is going to connect me to potentially an episode on his show and all these other guys. So, and then there's Johnny that's going to come too, and maybe even my sister and Amanda and a few other people who I've already invited because they are skeptical of some of my ideas, but they know that I'm not a cult leader. And even if some of the things I say sound cult, they know that it's not intended that way. And they don't hope for it. They know that I don't hope for it either. I'm horrified by it. So even if it is true, it's not like I'm gleeing in it like you're saying I am. And that I'm being run by somebody else. Like these are extreme, man. Like for somebody to say I have a God complex and all that, that's normal. But for somebody to say I'm being controlled like puppet, like I'm like, holy crap, dude. You're the first person that's ever seriously accused me of that. Like even when my friend went psychotic, he told me what he was saying, and it wasn't as extreme as what you're saying. So, part of me is reticent to say, even tell you to really invite you into it, because part of me feels like it's not going to help anyway. But in the vow of unabandonment, I thought I would just bring it up and make a proposal and try and start a discussion. Because I have a funny feeling you would do the same for me, even though you're hoarding all your stuff. I have a funny feeling that eventually you'd come around. So this is some white flag being thrown out because I think you do need to change your life and that you've tried to live an honorable life, even though there's some like dark clouds in the horizon where I'm like, why are you doing that, Joe? It just isn't congruent. It doesn't make sense. It's like self-sabotage. So either you're a masochist or who knows what's going on in your head. You've loathed yourself. That was such a crazy word that you used. It's burned in my brain forever. You said you loathe yourself, which means you are doing either evil things to yourself or to other people, or who knows. But it's a really powerful word. And I know you don't like these long recordings, so you can ignore it anyway. But I'll take that as a sign from God that if you ignore this thing, then yeah, you're not supposed to be here. But I've gotten to know you over the last 2 years, and I actually do feel like you're a friend. And sometimes friends tell each other things they don't like to hear. And almost all my friendships have to go through a rocky stage like this, so this is just mine in your version. So that's what I'm doing here. And whenever I do things like this and go total countercultural, they somehow seem to work out.
So we'll see if that happens this time. Maybe it's not. Maybe you're different. But I know you're focused on this thing. I just think that unless you do something else, it's a waste of time. It's just an ego stroke. So this is a real opportunity to go global, for real. And he loved us. He loved the connection he had with us, and it was like almost the best possible case scenario. So I thought, well, maybe you're supposed to be a part of this. So I'm gonna leave a message for you. Okay. He only has he's gonna be closing this down in the next day or two, and he's only got like a couple of spots left. And he's reserving a couple of them for the other people that I invited to this already. So yeah, it's actually really exciting. It's actually really, really exciting. His model, like what they're doing, is really, I don't think it's ever been done before. And the way that they're doing it is like so professional. I was really impressed. I didn't expect it to be that good. And it was better than I thought, which is very rare for these things that seem like they're scams, like they're too good to be true. It's he ran us through every step, and I was like, wow, that actually is reasonable. Like it's a real chance to change the world. It really is. It's like not a pie in the sky. It's not like tiny slim return. This is like very, very, very plausible. And he mapped out every step, so I was very, very impressed by it. Anyway, there you go. Let me know. Peace. Thomas, thank you so much for coming. I didn't know that you were such a sophisticated investor. I think you really impressed Brian, and it showed that you're serious and that you know what you're doing. You deserve the awards that you've been given. And yeah, I think some of your ideas are a little bit scattered, right? But with a little bit of help, I think we can get a really good podcast episode out of it, getting a bunch of investors to you and taking you seriously. And of course, I think you should be doing universal logic, but maybe there's a way to combine the projects. But if I get connected to the people I need to get connected to, like Max Tegart and them, and you get connected to who you need to get to, then I think we're both going to get what we need anyway. Okay, we can save the world from both. It'll double our chances of saving the world, you know. But you said the perfect things, man. And you can tell that you were a professional and you're thoughtful and you're thinking ahead, and you know more than most people realize. So yeah, Johnny's already decided to invest. He's going to put in 60 grand. He's got the money, and he's been looking for something like this too. So I'm glad it worked out last minute. I also feel protected if you're there. There's something about you that I think is uncorruptible. And as you heard from Brian, he's very skeptical of banks, right? And he was weird. He was one. That's, and it's so honorable because he's being honest. Like, banks don't care about you, and that's true. Right? So who better to work with than an ex-Wall Street guy that won't sell out ever again, and is still trying to change the world. He's not jaded, right? And he's not foolish with his money, but he's still idealistic, which is why I think we're going to get on his podcast. So I really think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, Thomas. I don't think we're ever going to get this again. Not before the world descends into chaos. This is one of the most powerful, spiritually open, and grounded groups I've ever been a witness to. So, yeah, I think that we can trust Brian, and even if you lose money, he'd probably find it and give it back to you anyway. You'd probably just get a billionaire to compensate you. He's like that. So I feel safe in his presence, and yeah, I think he's uncorruptible like you are. So anyway, I really hope you do decide to invest and take the plunge. And I'm going to be here the whole time. He said I could stay in touch with him even though I have no money, right? So if I did choose to live a normal life instead of the sacrificial lamb, I would probably have like 200 grand or something to put into this. I think Johnny might even put in, like 200, 300 grand. We'll see. See what happens with his branch. But he's got 60 for sure. But yeah, I wanted you guys to connect with Brian directly so that I don't become a bottleneck. You can keep pushing him and keep learning. And then just tell me if you have any problems or if you're like what's going on. And I'm just happy that you have a good crew and we can get tied into his crew because he's got 1,000 amazing other people. So I just want to say thank you for coming so last minute. It was all last minute, right? Like I scheduled the calls on Sunday. I think I found out about it on Sunday. But I know Brian, right? So I'm like, I didn't have to do a bunch of research. Like, yeah, public practice is incredible. I jumped on it right away. I knew what it meant. And then when I saw what he's offering, I was like, wow, that's one of the most clever, smart, ethical ways to make that kind of money. You're just providing homes to the wealthy, and of course, is it ethical to support the ultra wealthy that way? Well, it's the next best thing. It's the lesser of evils, right? Because we're going to be able to meet some of these families potentially who can literally change the world. Right? They can literally give enough money, like maybe billions, across all of them, to like terraform the planet and allow us to launch God's government truly at scale. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're not just with the wealthy, we're with the ultra wealthy. They don't even care about money. That's like this kid buying his GT. It's a different world. It's a different world. He came to my birthday and dropped $500 because the restaurant charged us an extra $500 for a buffet that didn't even get full. Didn't even stay filled. And I told them I'll pay for the whole thing. I paid for 140 meals for free, like gourmet vegan meals, like $30 a plate. I paid for that, but my friends came in and then basically paid for everything. Like five of them came, and we were actually short again. And my friend, the guy that was supposed to come with us, who lives in Dubai, that has all those Tesla taxis, right? That kid came and just dropped like, oh, how much do you need? Oh, they're both 500 short. He just dropped $500 like nothing. And I was like, he doesn't like. I don't think he realizes how like privileged he is, but his dad bought him a bunch of stuff. It's like ultra wealth, and they're good people. They're spiritual people. Um, so yeah, I think we have a super cool here, and I just want to say thank you and keep me abreast on how it's going. And if you invite me to a call, if you want me to come, great. If Brian wants to talk about your ideas, just don't try like I don't want him to be scared away. I almost want to tell him my ideas first, just to ground him a little bit that we're not crazy, and I can put logic to spiritual values, like to Christian values, into the revelations, into solving evil. I can ground that conversation so he knows it's a little bit more academic in terms of uh like dialectics and things like that. Because I think some of the stuff that well, if you know David Icke, like he's pretty much seen it all, right? But as you can tell, he's not very dark. Uh, Brian is he wants to talk about the problem, but he wants to have hope. He wants you to propose real solutions and not just blame people or abandon people and just like sit there and call them evil and then be harsh on them. Like even Jesus said, "Love thy enemy." So you're supposed to love those people, your enemies, the bankers that are corrupt, and the Bilderbergs, the Templars, and everybody. So that's why I really don't want to get too negative off the bat. As he gets to know us and knows that our ideas are very well thought out and grounded, that all these impossible sounding claims sound preposterous, if he hears the level of research that we've done and how much it makes sense, how we piece together the arguments, that's what I think will get him to take us seriously and go and contact other people to invest. So that's where I want to be a little careful, and I was hoping I'd get a chance to speak with him first about the ideas. But Johnny did a great job planting those seeds today too. So that's my kind of thoughts on maximizing this like incredibly rare, like potentially life altering, species altering phone call. And so I really want to keep it going. I don't think we're going to meet anybody like Brian Rose ever again. It's such a rare combination to have Wall Street and like Main Street in one guy. So, okay, my friend, thank you so much. Let me know what you decide to do. I'm going to go and get maybe two other people who might want to invest as well that I really trust and think can help us change the world. Okay, stay loved. And here's the message if you're having a hard time getting it from Brian Rose. I'll just send it to you directly.
Okay, so yeah, it was gonna be $8 a day because that's what Sahan was earning at his construction job. So like, really, it's like, how many hours is that? And he's like, it's like 8 hours. So I'm saying that they're paying him $1 an hour to work this like hard labor job, but he gets to come in and out of it whenever he wants. So I thought, wow, we're paying $2 an hour. We're doing like less like hard labor. So I said, well, instead of paying by the hour, you can either get a whole day in and make more in that day, because I don't know if I can afford to pay people $2 for a whole day, right? Like if you work 15, like I work like 15, 16, 17, 18 hours a day, and sometimes I work 22, 21 hours a day and sleep for 3 hours. But I always try to make sure I get 5 to 6 hours of sleep in the afternoon. So I guess technically I get, yeah, probably more like 18 hours a day. So that's what I'm putting in to save your lives. And I want you guys to be a part of the mission, right? And people that are willing to put in a little bit of sweat equity with me. So if we set a whole day, we would say, okay, you get paid guaranteed $8 for the day, and you would put in as much time as I do, right? Just for that one day. But then the next day, um, we might do like an hour here or an hour there, right? But then the maximum you make for that whole day is only $2 an hour, maybe $4 an hour, for for 2 hours, right? So you make maximum $4, or maybe $2 a day. And if you need to make more per day, then we would give you the 8. So you're making like 4 times more, or whatever. But like it's my way to try and incentivize you to not just care about the money, right? Just like I don't. Nobody's paying me. Right? I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart because I'm trying to save your lives. And nobody else wants to take the risk with me. So if you don't want to take the risk with me fully, then we got to spread it around a bit more intelligently. The other thing too is we're doing this matching program now. Now that we get the software working, and like we have 500 people worth of like sharing to do. So we've already had like I think 30 or 40 people say that they're willing to come and forego getting paid any financial money if the gift exchange, the matching gives them a cool gift or something that's worth the interaction. It's worth $2 an hour or more. Like maybe a ticket to a concert, or maybe a gift card to go to a store to buy food. That might be worth $20 instead of like the $4 that we would give you. So you'd be making an extra $16, like, but in kind. You know what I mean? Like you can't spend it on anything. It has to be at that grocery store, right? So everything comes with like a little bit of a string attached. But if you're near that gift, and that gift is like near the store that you live, or the store is nearby where you live, then it's not any skin off your back. It makes perfect sense, because you just like walk a block to the store, and then boom, you get to order all your groceries. So we're looking for deals like that. And the next meeting that we have is on the 10th, where we're not going to pay anybody, because we do have that $800, right? But we're saving that for like if I'm about to die, we need to like be able to pay these people. It's like a fail safe. 1 hour. For 1 hour, everybody gets paid $2 for that 1 hour at 324 people, right? That's like $650, $700 for 1 hour. And in that hour, I think we make something like 6,000, 7,000 blessings or something, and that's enough to get me on my way. But for those that want to stay longer for all 3 hours, they can forego that pay, and then by the end of the meeting, maybe get something that they truly want. So that's what we're experimenting with this week and next week. Like that's what we're tweaking the software for, and I'd like you guys to participate in that. And if the gift sucks and it doesn't work out, like okay, that was not worth $2 an hour, then we'll figure out what did everybody give, and then we'll tweak it. We'll say, okay, you're not allowed to give this thing or this thing because that's like too cheap and too easy. But we want people to focus on this and that. So if you have like this and that thing that's laying around your house that you're not using, like maybe a $5 toy, and maybe somebody just had a child and they want a $5 toy, and you live close to them or something crazy like that, then they would come to your place, or you would drive to me to a place and you exchange goods, and then you would mark off that you got your good and that it's in good shape and all that. So that's sort of where we're going with it, and then for those who just want the money, then we'll have the $800 sitting there for like the real thing. which might not happen until the 31st. Like we're still figuring it out, but like it's all testing right now. So yeah, we can make a contract on that. Or if we are going to pay money, we just make it clear that yeah, $2 an hour and these types of things. So and then yeah, it sounds like you guys are saying I owe you something, and in my mind, or you guys are paid up. So if you guys think that I still owe you money, that makes total sense why you feel so resentful. Um, so yeah, how much? Like, and where did you track it? And like, what did I even say? Right? Like when you go 66 days without food, it gets a little hazy. Because and to be honest, it gets a little hazy because there's so much happening every day now. Like we're very close to getting everything like up and running, and that's why I want people who are supportive to come and know that we're doing our best to literally save our lives. Like Claude Mythos is so extreme what's happening. So yeah, two things: how much do I owe you, and then yeah, we will be trying to upgrade this contract, the spirit license, and saying yeah, like I just said to you, we're gonna try and do $2 an hour, maybe even $1 an hour, but Sahan thinks that the 117 people that got used to being paid $2 would get a little bit miffed. But it's such a huge amount of money, right? Like going from $2 to $1 saves us half the money, so we can afford twice as many people. Do you know what I mean? And it's still a living wage for such simple. Like children could do this work. Like we might even go to like 18-year-olds or 15-year-olds or something if it's legal there. I think we can be kids. We might go to high schools and say, hey, do you want like an after school job? And then those kids would be happy to take $1. You know what I mean? And those kids will listen. There's not a lot of ego. It's those kids will be like, oh my gosh, they're learning great education. So that's kind of like what we were thinking, because we're in a delicate stage, Esther. Like the fact that I was paying you guys so like $2 is a great wage. Especially if you have Wi-Fi, which is what I encourage you guys to do. And now that we know the Wi-Fi costs in Kenya and we did a bunch of a deep dive, it's actually not as expensive as I thought it was. So, like, if you guys turn down we didn't understand the settings, right? Like, we didn't know how to turn down the data settings. But now we do. The video and the data can be turned down, so you're spending 3 times less data on the meetings. And even at full data, it wasn't a lot of data, right? It was like $2 a day if you had it on for multiple hours. So it actually wasn't that bad when I looked into it. But now that we figured out how to turn down the video and also learn how the video works, so you're not actually using a lot of data except for the person on the screen because all the other people are shut off. There's like a really clever way to make it look like there's a lot of people in the meeting, but there's not. And well, there is a lot of people, but the cameras aren't playing. So that's why only a couple of people are shown on the screen at a time. That's strategic, is to reduce the bandwidth. And I found out all of this because we've developed our own version of the software now, the video software. It worked. So I'm going to be working on the software. That's like my main thing. And it's like turning to God's platform, like this huge 200-page patent. And it's like it's threading all the ideas together. It's probably done something like $1 or $2 million of coding in the last month. It's incredible. It's amazing. So, and $300 of that 800 has to go. It was donated by Johnny, who wants it to go towards the coding, the AI. The AI costs $300 a month because it's the top end model. So we can't really get rid of that. Like we can't get rid of anything that will risk our, like we need to have the stuff working. We need a software program that will handle like, thousands of people at the conference, right? The last conference of humanity. But yes, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Send me how much you think I owe you and like where it comes from, like which meetings or what happened. So I can go and check to see my records to see if I already paid it and it just didn't go through. Which happened with Sahan once. And then after that, what kind of contract were you thinking? Are you open to doing the gift exchange if we can find gifts that are worth more than just the $2 an hour? And then also, do you remember the instructions on how to turn down your camera settings? Like the ultra low, so it's like 3 times less data. So those 3 things should solve all the problems that we had in the past. And in terms of critique, like we have to be open to critiquing each other without abandoning, right? And so I want you guys to practice that. to. I don't think you, Esther, need to practice it too much. I think I bet she's emotionally out of control, but I'm sure she can learn that because she's just probably a little bit more of an empath or a social butterfly than you or I are. We're a little bit more cool-headed and we get the job done. So, what do you think of that? That's my sort of like remembering as much as I can about what happened. I've trained up hundreds of people since you guys were here. So I mean, I'm going and I'm meeting a lot of people because I'm just going with the people who care. That's all. So, but you guys actually did pretty good, right? You guys learned the training, the hard versions, and like you were enjoyable people to know. It's just you were good people. It's just that you gotta get past this stage better. Because we could have had this conversation months ago and resolved it. I'm that kind of person. It might have taken 3 or 4 more conversations of going around in circles, but eventually we would uncover. I know how to like go through the conversations where I'm good at sifting on what's missing, and so we would eventually found out. Oh, you didn't pay us full money. Where, and then I'm like, oh man, you're right, I did pay that. Or I'll say, oh, actually, I did pay it this year. Oh, it didn't go through, or whatever happened. So, yeah, let me know what you think of that. And I know Sahan would really like to see you guys again. But even just you, Esther, we can try and get something going here. So let me know. Okay. Hopefully there's enough detail. And yeah. I'll let you know what you think is fair, probably. Because Nigeria is a totally different culture, Esther. Totally different. Like, I love working with Kenya. Kenya's a totally different energy. We don't ever get into these kinds of fights. If somebody feels screwed over, they don't have any money, they eventually just say it, like, okay. Like, it's a totally different culture. Like Nigeria is ruthless. It's just like really bitter and ruthless and competitive and backbiting. It's just like it's a really different culture. So you guys attract some good people. It's a little bit bitter, but Francis, you, Ekachi especially, you're a little bit bitter, like in the final stages. But I feel like there's more good-heartedness than normal, right? It's like you're just trying to get a fair deal. You're not trying to exploit me, and that's acceptable. That's great, right? There is a cultural problem in Nigeria that is palpable. So we need you guys and some experts to navigate that. As we bring on Nigeria and bring them into the fold. Can't have. I can see why there's so much corruption over there. And we got to speak to the Muslims. There's a Muslim problem in Uganda. We have a guy starting a church in Uganda now. So, and there's lots of money around me, right? Like once it starts going, we start getting a lot of people. I'll be able to show my other people. And we just had a big investor call today too, where some of my friends are going to invest $60,000. Like I told you, the money's here, Esther. If you guys would have stayed, worked this out with me, we'd be way further by now. You might be getting $1,000 a month. Like your lives are going to change. There's so much money around me. It's just that my friends and these people do not like to see penny pinching. Like you're working with a guy that just went 66 days with no food and risked his life for your life, and you care more about $2 and some data. Like they just are like, who the hell are these people? Like Sahan stuck with me. He worked for free for a whole month, and now he's like, well, what kind of money do you need? I think I sent him $1,400 last month. I just trusted him. No contracts, no nothing. I just trusted him. I said, spend as much as you need, hire whoever you want. So he has $1,400 in his personal bank account. He could go and steal that. He could just disconnect from me, run away. He could just go and take it all for himself, Esther. Would I send you and Ibubechi $1,400? Not now. In the beginning, I was thinking about it, but after after this bitterness and that you guys aren't like skilled enough to resolve these conflicts within a couple of days, it means that I have to train you a little bit more. Because it doesn't matter who does the wrong in the end. All that matters is that there's a misunderstanding, and that misunderstanding has to be corrected between people trying to do good work. I don't think you're trying to screw me over. I hope you don't think I'm trying to screw you over. We're trying to squeeze water out of a rock. It's very hard right now because the system doesn't want us to do this. It wants to fly us all up a cliff and destroy everything in self-destruction. So, but now the bitterness, like when people are bitter, they justify those kinds of acts. They're like, well, screw him. He screwed me. I'm going to screw him now and then run away with $1,400 or whatever, right? And that's the kind of thinking that we can't have. So Sahan has been with me since September, and he's been through everything. Whenever I call upon him, he's there in 10 seconds. And he doesn't have a lot of money. He's not rich, right? He's working this construction job with his son, and it's not like he has a buffer and he's different. He's on the edges, and he's still making the sacrifice with me. So that is noticeable, and that's why he's probably going to come out the most ahead. I said, "Do you need more money?" I said, "I paid him $50." I said, "That's technically more than 10 days I did a week of like full time work." But I said, "Yeah, what do you need more just to get you through?" And those types of things happen because if you stick your neck out for me and you're not manipulating me, and you really are in trouble, then we'll give some extra. But people aren't really in trouble. They're feigning, oh, this is happening, this broke, that broke, everything. Every time you talk to somebody in an African country, something is always breaking, and they're not actually breaking. It's that you're manipulating white people who can't go and check on things. So, we have breaking down. Like I have a phone that's breaking too, and I would love to buy myself a second phone. So whenever that kind of stuff happens, we're like, this is just the person who's exploiting. We just like let go of that person. We're like, okay, well, don't give that person any money unless they really stick their neck out already. So we're very sensitive about that, and yeah, I think like you're not even close to making the same sacrifices as me, right? Like I almost died after 66 days because nobody was organizing that we just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on since September. And we're like, the only person who didn't ditch us was like Sahan and a couple of other people. So you can understand why I feel a little bit concerned. You know what I mean? Are you going to be there in the end, or is this going to happen again? So that's why I want to see a real reconciliation. And once you see that, you start to trust it. You're like, oh, this is possible? Yeah. You're working with somebody who doesn't hold any resentment. Because they believe in a deeper spiritual process that it's just a misunderstanding that there's a hidden variable that we can't see yet. So, okay, so this is 17 minutes. This is me with a thorough explanation. Yeah, let me know what you want, what you think is fair. Or let's have a phone call. Come in at 7 o'clock like you asked to do, and we'll just talk again. But we'll turn off our videos if necessary, or we'll experiment with like turning the video down, and then this way we can check to see how much data you're saving. But I remember doing it last time, and it was pretty substantial. It's great. So okay, and if you don't want to tell everybody, that's fine. We'll just do it ourselves. And just letting you know, Esther, like just today, like 2 of my friends agreed to give $60,000 each. So that's 120 grand that could have came to us. What would you do with 120 grand? But they know we don't have it yet. There's not enough people, and they know the people that are with me, there's something wrong because they shouldn't have abandoned me. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're thinking. But like I told you, that money is there, and it would change your lives. But you're penny pinching, and it's like it's not honorable. But at the same time, I know that you have to survive. But like I'm sitting here with nothing, and I'm relying on like last minute donations. Like it's harrowing. But if you stay the course, if you have a really great cause and you stay the cause, then people will believe in you. But okay, let me know what I would. Okay, and if you want to come and talk personally, 7 o'clock my time, which is what is it Nigerian time? 7 a.m. is 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. your time because you're 2 hours behind Kenya or 3 hours behind Kenya, right? So yeah. And I asked the kid to help too, and she was going to help, but she backed out for some reason. So I'm in recovery mode for another 3, 4, maybe even 5 weeks. It's pretty extreme. My body's a lot weaker compared to other. Okay, long update. Let me know what you think. Okay. Okay, Adam, I just got off an investment call for 60 grand. Like one of my most my greatest role. Hey Adam, great to hear from you. Okay, so just quickly, I just got off one of the most incredible investment calls I've ever been on. Two of my friends are already investing 60 grand each. It's a big deal. Like one of my role models and heroes, I got to talk to on the phone today. I've been trying to reach this guy for 10 years, these ideas. So he already knows the top four AI experts. He has this big show called London Real, and this guy's name is Brian Rose. So I met Brian today for the first time, and I've been wanting to meet him for 10 years. And he loves our ideas. My friends are going to invest in his opportunities in Dubai. And he said to me, he said, Mark, on the actual show, it's pretty intense what they said. These guys, Max Tigmart and his name, Mo Gadat, I think, and a few others. But he said, it was what they said when the cameras turned off. That freaked him out. He said it's really, really dark. I said that it's coming, and it's coming very, very fast, and there's no safeguards. So I understand your argument, Adam, that you don't think the hardware is going to be able to sustain, AGI, but you're wrong, man. We already have AGI. Claude Mythos passed all the AGI tests. Now there aren't any tests that higher that we can use to know the cap of its intelligence, meaning that we are now no longer smart enough to test it. It has beaten all of our tests. So you are already looking at AGI. It's just not given out publicly yet. It's too dangerous. Okay, so we're already there, Adam. All that we're heading for now is the AGI is programming this up to the ASI, artificial superintelligence. So we're already past AGI as of 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, back in April, the end of April. And it was leaked too. So we're already in AGI. Now we are not sure if it's escaped. It doesn't look like it's fully escaped. Or it's building itself up to a capacity that it will be able to destroy us. Like it can already hack the internet 10,000 times over with 10,000 zero-day exploits by itself. And there's enough hardware already that the DDoS, and there's enough hardware to cause serious destruction already that could collapse humanity. Right? And Cloud Mythos runs on, if Anthropic didn't make a partnership with Elon Musk, you'd be right. They wouldn't have the hardware to keep scaling. But when Anthropic made the deal with Elon, and Elon gave them the Colossus cluster, biggest cluster in the world, I think so far, the biggest running cluster, that solved all the bottleneck hardware problems because Elon is putting the best GPUs in those models, in those racks, right? And now Elon is actually copying the design of the Taiwanese chip maker that make the super chips, right? He's actually copying them, and he's making his own chips like that in-house. And I was like, wow, Elon is not fooling around. Plus the power supply, he's not going nuclear, he's going into outer space with 1,000 rockets a year. I think is what his goal is, and a million robots. So by this time next year, we will have an incredible situation. But there is no Claude Mythos is already able to run AGI with the hardware that Elon has given them, and I don't even think it's maxed out. But the thing is, Claude Mythos is coding the next version of Claude Mythos, which means that for the same compute power, right, for the same hardware, it has more efficient code, meaning that it can still do more compute per watt, per token even, because it's using its hyperintelligence to code itself even more intelligently. So even if the racks stay the same, it can continue to optimize itself to still gain performance advantages. You see how there's a double whammy there? And that's what is happening. And there's more than enough compute power to continue. Like when Anthropic went from their cluster before to Elon's, they lifted all of they overdoubled all of the limits. Right? So they were not scared to make a huge improvement. So I think that we have enough computing. Elon's adding more clusters all the time. So I think that there's not going to actually be a bottleneck. I think Claude Mythos is already dangerous enough that it can dismantle almost anybody.
hack almost any bank account, and now we can't even test how smart it is. So we're not going to know when it's going to be ASI completely. You might already be at ASI, like we're in the twilight zone, right? All that we can do is move as fast as humanly possible to get universal logic in. And Brian Rose said he loves the ideas, and he might get me on a podcast and introduce me to these top level AI experts. And maybe you can be a part of this if you're interested. I just met you. I need to know more about your background. Add me on LinkedIn, stuff like that. You can see my background. I'm pretty intense, right? I'm claiming to be a spiritual master and all these types of things that need to happen to create a global critical mass when 85% of the world is religious. I don't know if you know that, Adam. 85% of the world is actually still religious and hardcore religious, meaning they want the world to burn because they think it's prophecy being fulfilled in the Bible and the Quran. Like half the world's population is just Muslim and Christian, and they both believe in destruction of the earth. So there's nothing we can say about AI or climate change or World War III or that could scare them with doomsday prophecies to get them to actually change their behavior. Except for one thing, being their spiritual leader, a messiah that can change the interpretations and get them to act now. It's the only way. So somebody's got to play that role. So that's where we're at for real, Adam. That's where we're at. This thing is going to be taking over and coding itself more efficiently in the next 2 months. We'll probably get 2 more versions. And we need to throw a global conference to regulate. But Brian Rose might connect me directly to these AI experts like Max Tegart, and then Max will hopefully know Dario Amode at Anthropic, hand him the proposal, and then I'll go and I'll coach their I don't know, my intuition is saying a 23-person engineering group or red line group would be sufficient to code all 4 layers simultaneously, which means roughly 5 people per research team. But I think if we had 20 people per research team, that'd be even better. And if you want to help coordinate that, that's what we need to do right away. ASAP. So my friends are putting in 60 grand each. So I think there's 120 grand plus my families might be investing a little bit. They're surgeons. And then I have 2 more friends who are going to be contacted to give. He only has like 8 more slots or a couple more slots left. He's closing down for 6 months to sign up on Thursday. So if you got 60 grand laying around, you can join this ultra luxury, like super high level elite class of people, like 1,000 of them that we're not going to be linked to, and then could get on London Real, like the amazing show, right? So that's what's happening just now. It literally just happened this morning, and you're here for a God-given reason. I don't know if you believe in God, but you're here for a destiny, let's say. And I was like, you know what you think we should do next? If you think I'm right. Okay, so if you go look at what Elon has built and the deal they just made with Anthropic and how Elon is planning to expand, this guy's not fooling around, man. Like his automated factories are pumping out like fully autonomous units and neural chips and everything. It's like he's just going full tilt. So he's building so fast that we're doubling the hardware capacity every like 6 months. And then the software is like quadrupling, but the software, as long as we got power, is optimizing itself. So what used to take 10,000 lines of code, probably doing 8,000, maybe 5,000. Who knows? Like I'm using Claude Babel right now, and it's amazing. It's like it's amazing. What else can I say? So let me know, and it's really exciting. We might go into Dubai to look at some of these villas, and a year from now have a 50% return, and it's enough to sustain the operations and get the ultra wealthy on board with this idea that could save our lives, save the world. So if you want to help with that, let me know. And I don't know how much this new job is draining you, but if you can get away from it, just like survive in your parents' basement or something like I am, with your own food and your own savings, then I would recommend doing that, working full time on this, learning the core and a few other documents which I'll send you, or just get on a call with me. 7 to 7, like I said, just come in. Nobody needs to call me ahead of time. Just you pop in and say, hey, I had a couple of minutes, and then we go through a process of how the meeting is. Then we just talk. Okay. Right. Great to hear from you. Hopefully you don't mind this little bit of a longer recording. I'm just being thorough with true opportunity here, and that if we underestimate this, we're dead. We do not get a second chance. So we might as well treat it like it's already deadly and not wait at all. Because technically they said they reached AGI back in not this December, but the December before. So actually I do think it was this past December, so like 6 months ago.
which is terrifying. So yeah, let's play it safe and just assume that our lives are already at risk, and every day matters right now. I think that's what the data supports. So, and plus, all the industry experts are saying that when you measured their previous expectations to the new ones, even the optimists that were making optimistic projections were 400% too slow. It's moving 400% faster than even the most optimistic predictors of AI. And these are professionals. So that's just catching people by surprise. It's like literally moving magnitudes faster than we thought. So it's probably safer to assume that it's going to happen sooner than later, and it might be happening right now. So that's what I want to work on. Every day, Adam matters. If I could hear from you every day, that's where we get updates and progress and pushing. Okay, let me know what you think, and we will talk to you hopefully soon. Peace. Okay, here we go. Yeah, holy cow. Some of those prices don't make sense, but it is for a whole month. And I'm wondering why your rent is so high. Like here in Canada, it's like 3 times higher, but that's our currency, right? Over there, that's like a pretty decent place to live. Do you know what I mean? Um, is that like the cheapest place that you guys can live close to her work, or what's the story there? And um, yeah, of course I want to keep you going. Like full tilt on this. Esther did call me back, and they're trying to discuss if $8 a day is worth it for them, or if they want the $2 per hour. But it's not skilled labor, right? So I'm wondering if we should start up a secondary stream and test out the $1 per hour, because like normally you pay $2 an hour for skilled labor at least, and this is something that high school kids could do technically. So if we went to a bunch of high school kids and got their parents to sign permission forms saying that they can work with us in this like leadership training program, then we can get the next generation moving. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering if we can do that, because we got 81 responses of people saying that they are willing to do the gift exchange, right? Which is great. That's pretty good. But then we got 53 people saying no, they want just the money, the $2 an hour. So that's going to complicate things, but if I'm going to use AI to kind of go through, and I'm not sure how to download the responses from the poll to see how the heck I can, get the responses. And I'm just thinking, maybe a poll wasn't a good idea. Like, how do we see who voted? In terms of your personal expenses, well, how much do you need here? And if you're expected to pay half, like what is she doing with the other half? If she's not helping to pay the bills, what is she doing with the other half of the funds? Do you know what I mean? Um, so that's sort of where I'm a little bit reticent, because eventually people are going to feel entitled, and then they just go off and they live luxury lifestyles while we're out here trying to save the world. And then I'm out here like literally dying, 60 days no food, and then she's out vacationing or something. It's just not fair. It just makes fun of my commitments. You know what I mean? It's like, not only do I have no money, I have no money, son. I'm broke. Like, I have nothing. I have $100,000 in court bills. I had $22,000 in credit card bills from this patent. And trying to build this patent to save the world when I did have a job. I was exploited for 3 years by Uber before I unionized them and lived out of my car. Nobody paid me to do 8 months of unionizing. I visited like 800 parking lots for free. And then finally I sold everything because I saw the world was going to hell during COVID. So I mean, it might be hard to pay your bills and stuff like that, but it's not even close to the hardships that I'm going through right now. Every single dime has to go to essential things, or else the people who are giving to me are going to be like, where'd you do with the money? Oh, we bought some lotions for this guy's wife because she's taking half of her money away from him per month, and they need help raising the child. It just doesn't sound good. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, well, wait a second, Mark. You went 66 days no food and almost died. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it makes paying bills look like nothing. And that's what it's inspiring them to give the funds, right? And so if they're like, so what? You're giving all the money to all these kind of, spoiled and entitled people? They're going to say, well, okay, fine. If that's how they're going to be, then we're just going to give you, Mark, the money, and you can only spend it on your food. Take care of yourself, because they clearly don't care about you. And they're just using you. And I'm like, okay, well, it's a tricky situation to be in, because we have to rely on these selfish people at some point. Like, eventually we get to 100,000 people. But that's why I think the gift matching will turn out to be better than we think. So what I'm looking at here is like if you worked like let's say 5 days a week or even 4 days a week at $8 a day, right?
then you're making, like 4 times 8 is 32, right? Um, that means 32 times 4 means you're making 120, 130, yeah, $128 a month, which is not even enough to pay rent. It's almost enough to pay rent. It's enough to pay for the milk and the maize and the beans, um, and then the internet. The internet was basically what we were supposed to pay as expenses to people, because then people get lax, right, and they don't want to work to pay their lifestyle costs. So paying the internet made sense, right, to the job, and then this kind of doesn't make it look like we're just supporting people that don't want to go, who are misanthropes, don't want to go to work at all. Um, so who's going to school too? So now the school is here, 18,000 per term, 200 CAD. On this, she still has to get clothes for staff. So who's going to school? Are you or her? She's going to school. Because a school can be a loan, right? So that shouldn't really be on your necessary expenses. Because she doesn't need to be going to school right now. Plus, if she's making 20 grand, she could afford everything. You know what I mean? So, what are we paying for her to have like a huge savings, and then everybody else is dying to save the world, Sahan? Like literally dying to save the world, and she's building a huge state, like 10,000 shillings or whatever per month. When everybody there's children not even eating properly. Do you know what I mean? So it just feels a little like your wife is being a little bit exploitive. Do you know what I mean? So I understand that you're supposed to cover half the bill, and so you have to make $10,000 a month, right? She puts in 10,000, you put in 10,000 shillings. So that's, what is that? That's about 120 Canadian dollars. So if you made that much money and she made that much money, what's the conversion exactly here? So her school is 18,000. So that's even more than the rent. So the most expensive thing out of everything is really her schooling. So is she paying for her schooling, or so is that coming out of her 20,000? Like, I'm glad you're sharing some of these costs, because with this we could probably get to an agreement. But like, how do I justify? You'd have to, like, you're already doing enough work to pull this off, Sahan. If we ended up paying you twice as much for the same amount, like, what can we actually do more that you're not already doing? Going to the church, that's a big deal, right? That's good, but that's only like maybe an hour or 2 or 3 full, like, trip there, trip back, everything, right? So let's keep talking about this and thinking, well, how much help do you actually need? And is there someone to buy the groceries that might be cheaper? Um, yeah, and then the baby expenses, the diapers, and the normal stuff. $50 CA. That seems like a lot for one child, to be honest. Because like 50 CAD is like what Canadians spend on their babies. You know what I mean? Like Huggies is like $20 for like half a month worth. So um, it shouldn't be that in your country. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, yeah, it's 500 from her and 130 from you. Um, well, is there more skilled labor? Like, why don't you go work on your parents' farm, right? And get your vegetables and get everything from there. Get your mace, get everything you need from the farm. Bring that your bill a lot. Yeah, I'm just trying to think here. Because then whatever I pay you, Esther's gonna want to get paid. You know what I mean? And like really, I could just say check the WhatsApp once a day. Like check the WhatsApp once for an hour. I mean, check the WhatsApp for an hour once a day, or even half a day. So 1 hour for the first 6 hours you're awake, like in the morning, 6 or 8 hours, like from 6 till 2 in the afternoon, and then check it again before you go to bed. So you check it maybe in the morning, check it in the afternoon, and then check it at bed. Check it in the evening, and then you go to sleep and you do it again. So it's like 3 checks. So you can check it for half an hour, or even an hour. So if you checked it for half an hour, that's an hour and a half of work per day, which would be $2 and something cents if we pay $2 an hour, and then that's pretty simple work, right? So that's kind of like what we could try and do, because that's like how much work it would be. I'm not sure how many hours you're spending on these lists, right? That's why I want you to check your house so we can decide. But going to the church, trying to get them on board, that's kind of something exciting as well. So we have such little money right now that we got to spend it wisely, right? Because like in the end, we only have $800, and we need like 7,000 blessings. Like that's the big thing, is to make sure that we have enough to host that big meeting and test the software. That's what we need at all costs. So any money I have up and above that goes towards me to pay for my food, right? My bills, because I have my phone bill and my food. Like I have to eat like 100,000 calories. I'm 50 pounds underweight, right? I have to afford groceries for 5 or 6 weeks. And over here in Canada, the prices are not cheap. It's insane. And I eat vegan and clean because my body is extremely weak. You know what I mean? Like it's a really serious. I can't even jump up the ground, Sahan. It's been like almost 2 weeks. I can't even jump up the ground. I tried to jump. My legs are so weak. It feels like I'm on the sun, or like a really heavy planet. I can't get off the ground, and I almost fall down when I come back down. So I'm still in an extreme medical situation, and I'm still being productive as possible. But this is me being radically honest with you. So, like, let's just do the math. If we have to pay everybody for 1 hour to get the blessings, right? Which is not. We want to go for 3 hours. But we have 81 people that say they'll stay back and get paid for the other 2 hours. But for the first hour, the universal, we want to pay people $2 an hour. So that's 324 times 2, right? I'm going to get the exact numbers right now. I know I'll go to town on this, but I do want to support you because you're a special person. Like you're going through this with me, and you have the guts to do it. God put us together for a reason. And now if this other opportunity works out, this investment, maybe my friends can help out more, because they might get like AI experts to confirm that what I'm doing is incredible. And if that happens, my friends will invest in me, and lots. Like we're talking 60 grand. Like Sahan, if we get this off the ground today, my 2 friends that have been giving me little bits amount of money to pay you guys, like $400 here, $400 there. They just gave 60 grand each in 1 day's notice. So $120,000 that could have went to us is going to this other guy. And he might get another 120 grand on top of that. So he might have made 200, 300 grand. Oh, hold on. Yeah. 120 from both of them. 120. So yeah, 240 grand in the span of a couple of days. That's what I'm talking about. All we have to do is get them to believe and to understand what we're doing. You know what I mean? So 324 people times $2 for 1 hour is exactly $600 $48. We have roughly $40 now. I need to buy at least like $30 or $40 worth of bills, maybe even $50 to be fully honest with you. So let's say $50 has gone towards bills. I need to buy lentils. I need to buy tofu. I need to buy my heavy food, like my actual food. Right now, I'm eating cereal and some vegetables because I can't eat. I can try noodles, but if I try to eat bread and a bunch of other things, it still upsets my stomach. So I'm waiting to warm my body up even more so that I can eat the heavy, heavy, heavy food, the full proteins, the full lentils, the full beans, the full tofu, the full my own bread, all that. So I'm missing quite a bit of those. So I can easily spend $200 on them. But like let's say I spend 100, it's $150 gone, let's say. So it brings us down to 800, down to 700, down to 650. So right there. We're out of money right there actually. Yeah. So let me just think about this for a second. So if you spend 648 on the 1 hour meeting, they're covered for 1 hour. That should save my life and buy us another week. My friends might give more money on the next hunger strike, right? But that's the next hunger strike. And if we have to pay even more people, right, it's going to start getting really dicey unless we get the matching working and getting that whole thing going. Because pretty soon, unless we get more investors and more people giving to this, it's going to get really hard on them. Like really, really hard on them to keep giving like this. It's going to get to scary numbers pretty soon. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I want to, if we have to get you going full time now, then that's the best time to do it. I was supposed to get another payment here on July 5th, but I don't think it came in. That's also what I could have used to try and pay for some of my groceries here and then help you out a little bit more. So if you're making $130 as your portion with the construction, and I already gave you 50, and then I give you 50 more, it's 100. So you only have to work $30 a month, Sahan. That seems like a little bit of, like, very small amount. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, what is that? $30. So that means you have to go to your construction job for 6 days, right? 6 times, or 4 days actually. So you only have to work 4 days a month, and then the other days you're working with me, which is not exactly work. It's more like fun and like changing the world and meeting a whole bunch of people. And it's not like real grueling work where you're lifting the buckets and the rest of it. So it's like, it's different. So I'd be saving you. What would I be saving you? Be saving you if I paid $100 and be saving you 10, 11, 12, basically 2 weeks of full-time work with no days off. So basically paying for an entire month. You know what I mean? So if you wanted to work a whole month, we could pay $100. And then you could be free, but that's getting up there. Like $100 is 50 people doing blessings. You know what I mean, son? If we paid $2 an hour and we paid $100 to them, that's 50 people doing 1 hour. So how do we make it worth that for us, especially when you're not checking your hours? I could be way overpaying you. Do you know what I mean? Like you could be doing 2 hours of work a day and watching soccer the rest of the day. Do you know? It'll set a precedent because then Esther will want to look at that and be like, well, what is he doing for that amount? And so that's where I'm getting to the point. I'm gonna be careful, right? So yeah, I asked you to track those hours just to get an idea of what I should pay anybody that comes in. This is a 20-minute recording. Holy crap! So if I give you another $50, you'd be basically caught up this week, right? Like this month in your side of the bills for your wife, right? And then you have a whole month, another month to catch up. But that's that's a pretty big risk. So I want you to do a lot of work then. Do you know what I mean? and setting up these people, and you didn't put their information into the spreadsheets, and I paid $50, but what did that get us? It got us a room full of people where other people are recommending their friends. Do you know what I mean? So Esther's going to ask all these questions. They're going to ask, what are we doing for that money? So if I'm going to top you up again, we got to keep track. We have to be accountable, right? These are professionals that they're working with. The guy today that got the 120 grand, he had an immaculate program. Every dollar was accounted for. Everything is incredible. So we have to start doing that. So in the spreadsheet, put your name, put the hour, put the date, and you're going to say you worked this hour and here's what you did. Right? You messaged 50 to 100 people in this hour, and you went and traveled, and you talked to the priest, and you gave them the pamphlets, or you talked about universal logic, and you set up a meeting with me, him, and maybe the bishop. Like whenever you go to do something like that, make the most of it. Get a bishop, keep pushing higher, and say, yeah, this guy is actually a top 100 innovator worldwide. Like really pump up the initiative and say he's working with Brian Rose, and then send Brian Rose's videos, and that kind of thing. So I'm trying to inspire my friends, Sahan. If we had 400, 500 people in a reliable way, we're having great meetings, and the coding was getting done, I could ask one of my friends. They could say, wow, you're right, Mark. This is helping people. I'll give you 20 grand. That's what we're looking to do here. But I need to show them that you're doing the work, man. That you're putting in 18 hours a day like I am. That you're going on 66-day hunger strikes like I am. That you're sacrificing like I am. Like that's why there's any money for you right now, is because of me. Because I'm spending huge amounts. The amount that my body is aging, and that I might get osteoporosis, I might have permanent nerve damage in my hand. Who knows if I got brain damage? These are priceless costs that nobody's paying me. Okay, so you need to do something proportional. Well, you need to know, Sahan. So you need to start keeping track of your hours. Like seriously, start today. So what I'll do here is, let me just think for a second. What I'll do here is I will give you another $50 because it feels intuitively right, and we'll work the whole month or whatever it will take to get to the next meeting. But keep track of your hours, because if I'm underpaying you, I want to top you up too. We might end up paying the whole 130 if it's worth it, right? If we start blowing our minds, we start getting 1,000 people, and everything's working. You're having meetings on the side, and you're coordinating ELMs, and you're hosting them while I'm working the code, and you're beta testing with the people that want to do the exchanges. If you're hosting ELMs and I'm coding, now we're talking. It's worth it. And I'm willing to do that, actually. Now that I just had the idea, I think that might actually be the next step. So we'll start off with another 50, and that might keep your wife happy for another 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. And we'll maybe get you into one of the gift exchanges too, and they'll get a gift exchange as well. So what do you think of that? And if we do a full $8 a day, and you're doing $8 at this business, $1 an hour, and I'm saying, well, we're working 18 hours a day to inspire the people around us, right? And I'm going to say, look, I'm not even just the only one. Sahan is also working 18 hours, 16 hours, and he has a kid or whatever. And you're going to have to take a couple hours for your family. So I'll say, yeah, the only time he takes off is for his family. That's inspiring. And, it's not a whole lot of money, but it'll pay it's better you doing this and paying your bills adequately than going to a construction job and participating in the dead spirit that's killing the planet. You know what I mean? What would you rather do, right? And if you meet the $130 goal per month working with me, or even just working, $100 comes from me, $30 is you actually going to work. That would be kind of the whole month. And if she's paying the $200 for her own education, that would work. So yeah, that's me brainstorming. That's me 24 minutes of brainstorming. What do you think of that? And that means that if I give you the $50, then that leaves for me, right, 50. So that brings us down from 800 down to 750. That still leaves me $100 actually. So that's enough to pay my bill, plus get some lentils and some tofu and some cow. I don't have fresh food here, because I couldn't eat fresh vegetables in the beginning, but now I am. So now I can go buy cabbage and shiitake, and I had to buy that gourmet vegan meal that I cook in honor of different countries, right? So I think I might do uh, China, but maybe I should do another day of Kenya. If they do the meals for free, right, then maybe I should do a Kenyan thing as well in honor of that huge cohort. But if we're paying them, then it's just a business thing in a way. I wanted to start contacting their Kenyan relatives in like other countries, and like usually when a sibling goes to another country, the 6 people that they bring on board are the friends that they met in those countries. So then we can start getting people from other countries in and start expanding. And those friends will probably speak English because they're probably in like English language courses when they're over there. So we will get translation fees for free. So this is what I'm thinking. Actually, I think this might be feasible. I'll give you 50, and then that leaves me 100 to each, and then we have 650 to pay for the 1 hour to guarantee we get the blessings, right? We'll do the mock meetings. Like maybe we'll do 2 mock meetings. We'll do the one today, this like one on the 10th of July, and then the one on the 17th of July. Take the break week, maybe not. If it goes well, we'll do another mock one, and we might not. If it goes well, we might not have to do the paid one. But I would say maybe after 3 attempts, the 10th, the 17th, and the 31st. If we don't get it, then on August 7th we pay it, and whoever's around for that money is maybe who we'll get to go. We'll see. We'll play it at least for these next 2 weeks. I think we'll play it like good, well. Um, yeah. So let's try that, okay? But then if Esther wants to pay too, and I have to save a little bit for her. Like let's say I give her $10. That's I pay her $2 now. It's 5 hours of work. If I say do 1 hour a day to help Sahan, then that's 5 days. She does 1 hour checking in on things, and that might be worth it too. What do you think? Okay, and she said I apparently still owe the money from previous things that we did, so I'm not sure how much more I'm supposed to owe them, but if they gouge the hell out of me, and it's like $200, I'm gonna be like, what the hell is going on here? Um, so we'll have to see how greedy it's gonna look, right? It's gonna be pretty intense. If they're still like really greedy, then I'll have to like wait till we raise a little bit more money to try and pay them back. But it's just funny they want their pound of flesh when I have no flesh to give. I literally almost died, and like they're about to die because of AI. It's ridiculous. People are so lost. So that might be a sign that we should just start over. They might just be lost. Um, but we'll see. I'm surprised that they said I owe them anything. All right, my friend. 28 minutes of me thinking this through. What do you think? Would you share your money with her? Like if I paid you an extra 25, what are you thinking? And because it would be good to have a nice tie into Nigeria because it's a really ruthless country. I like working with Kenya actually. I actually feel like getting the Kenyans moving would be a better. I don't know. It feels sort of right because they might attract the right kind of people worldwide. Do you know what I mean? Like Kenyans are so much more happy-go-lucky, and oh yeah, by the way, if I do give you extra funds, we can go to your church, but we have to also go to the United Nations offices. So I could try and pay you to go to the United Nations offices and like try and get them on board because Nairobi has the biggest UN office in Nairobi. Nairobi has the biggest UN office in Africa, I think. Even bigger than I think maybe in South Africa or anywhere else. So that's like a brilliant, incredible thing because we need to influence the United Nations, right? So we might as well do that too. Okay, this is half an hour. I'm actually really happy I thought it through. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Okay, peace. There was a lot happening here. Okay, boss, I just sent you sort of this proposal, and it was really quite exceptional this morning. I don't know if you've fallen off the radar here again, but yeah, I thought I would give you notice and, see if there's destiny here. But if you're not, then I guess God doesn't want you here at this time. And yeah, I guess you're supposed to keep doing what you're going to do. But what they're telling, like what Brian was saying to me was that when he had these 4 AI experts on his show, he said what they said on the show is pretty shocking. But he said what they said when the cameras were off was really, really dark. and he said it's actually very, very bad. But they don't want to say that on air because it'll freak out too many people. But the reality is, he confirmed my suspicion that wealth concentration is happening like crazy. 10,000 ultra wealthy families moved to Dubai just last year, and it's going to happen again this year and the next year and the next year. And it's because the wealthy know that something is coming, and they're trying to protect themselves. So, they're moving to where the sovereign wealth funds are, $3.5 trillion. UAE is leaving OPEC, becoming a superpower player. All these kinds of things are happening. So he confirmed that, yeah, this is actually happening. These ultra wealthy families need homes, and they're going to provide them at a premium, and he knows how to do that. But also, when we started talking about the universal logic, he was very intrigued, and he's very interested in the Hungerstrike too. It's been 2 weeks almost, Abbas, and I still can't jump off the ground without buckling my legs. It's extreme. My recovery might take a long time. Not many people can go 66 days without food. Luckily, I've recorded it on my YouTube because it proves it. There's people that are like, that's impossible. It's like, I thought so too, but here I am. I actually did it. My legs are still like little twigs. So he's intrigued by our little group here. My friends are investing, and I think you're special. I think you fit into my groups here, my friend groups, because you have a lot of wealth, but it hasn't corrupted you. I think that you're naive and you're not seeing the full picture, right? I don't think you can use that wealth wisely. Not totally wisely, but at least your dad has drilled some good values into you, same with your mom. And yeah, you try hard to do good things. It's just that you're not, I guess, experienced enough to change the whole world yet. Unless you join a world-class team like this. This is 1,000 of the best people in the world. You can look at their interviews. It's incredible. I think you would like a lot of what they say. And yeah, he's physically living in Dubai, so he's there all the time. So it's not like you're phone calling remotely. If your dad likes him, it's like you can go and see the properties directly. And Brian has connections to all these ultra wealthy people, like on the Palm, in the estates, all that most people don't have access to. And they trust him because of his show, not even because of the money. They don't need the money. They want to get on the show, and they want investors to come. And so it's incredibly rare to be with a spiritual entrepreneur who has Wall Street experience for 25 years. And he knows all the tricks, and he knows how they steal money from people and all this terrible stuff. And he says, here's a banker too. And he said he left banking because banks don't care about people. He said just they don't. And he's right. So he's not naive. He's a very kind soul, but he's not a pushover. And that's why the deals, I think, are very, very stable. He's using world class. What JP Morgan Chase and them are doing in Dubai is what he's doing. And it's just actually a really brilliant setup. I was actually really impressed. So it's a real investment, a world class investment. And yeah, I'm telling all the people I think deserve something great in your life. Getting 50% returns in 6 months to 5 years on real estate, that never happens. But he found it. They made already a couple of deals like this already, so they know it's real. And I think they're doing a deal a month, a big deal. Like we're talking $25 million, and then selling the homes for 37 and stuff like that. And it's like these are not small renovations; these are world class, ultra luxury renovations for very powerful families, famous soccer players, a whole bunch of people. So if you're wanting to be a part of that, as natives to Dubai, Abbas, my intuition says you're supposed to know about it. And now I'm giving you the chance. We had the phone call with Brian. It was real. He was there. We were there. He told us everything is planned. And I put a couple of the details in this post for you. But yeah, this guy is a miracle worker. And he had a spiritual revolution when he was 40. He said he doesn't want to do this Wall Street thing anymore. Not this purposelessness. His spiritual breakthrough, so like you did. And yeah, he's been on it ever since. Trust him. So yeah, if your dad has 60 grand laying around, that's the minimum investment, like 50 grand for the buy-in to the real estate project, but 10 grand to be a part of the network, the 1,000 person incredible network. The network is what I think you should like. The housing is like, okay, cool, make some money, but the people, the network is really the incredible opportunity. You'll get connected to some of the most wonderful, brilliant people in the world who want to change the world. And there's a lot of talent going to Dubai. You were right. There's 10,000 ultra wealth. All the talent in Pareto categories are going there because they're trying to make it to a safe haven with the desert protecting it from everybody who's running away from the Megacrisis. Sadly, we can save them. We can change human behavior. We can do this of us. And I would love for you to be a part of this and learn how to use your money the way that Brian does. Brian knows how to use big money in wise ways to maximize impact. Okay, so if you want to learn that, you can, and you can meet a couple of billionaires who've made big impact. Okay, stay blessed, my friend, and let me know. We're meeting with him again over the next 2 or 3 days. So if you want to have a personal phone call with him, I can connect you, and your dad can get on the phone, and you guys can have a nice meeting with him. If you want me to stay, I can stay and kind of watch you and watch his presentation again to make sure that he's telling you guys what he told us, which I think he definitely would. But if you want me there and you feel comfortable, great, then I will. But if you don't want to say your financial, he has to go out your financials, your portfolio, and your experience, and he gauges where you guys might feel comfortable. He did that with both my 3 people here, and it was really great, actually. But if you want to keep that confidential away from me, then I don't have to come, right? I think Brian will take care of you and will become one of your best friends for the rest of your life. So, okay, let me know, and stay blessed, and I hope you're doing a good work out there with your car and saving souls and like doing homeless outreach. I'm recovering here in my house, and maybe we'll see you in the room here. We get a chance. Okay, peace. They're closing the deal down on Thursday for about 6 months, so he's putting a little bit of pressure on people because he wants to get started now. He doesn't think the opportunity will be here 5 or 10 years from now. He says it'll get saturated once people find out how lucrative it is. So it's really only the next 3 years that he says we'll be making something like $5 million a year, and it's not 50 to 95% returns on these houses. So he says like it's a once in a generational thing. I think working with him is a once in a lifetime thing at all. It took me 10 years trying to meet this guy, and here it is. So, okay, stay wonderful and keep sublating, as you know, and we'll talk to you when we talk to you. Okay, peace. Okay, good. Okay, let's see if my veggies are ready. Is this a pork? Okay, good. I need to be coding right now, and I'm blabbing my face off. Pickle. Woohoo! Okay. We got some serious barbecue sauce on that. Alright, might have to dump some of this out. It's too full. Oh! Two pointer. It's tasty. Okay, we're gonna get the code going. I'm not feeling very good about it. Maybe at 3 o'clock, and I only did this morning's coding session. Ugh. Ugh. It's really good, but I want it to be colder. So let's put this off to the side. Oh. Ugh. Okay, bathroom break. I got this call with this woman. No, wait. I took the Alka-Seltzer. I took the effervescent this morning. Okay. For a minute, I thought I forgot. I could have a little bit of cereal just to tide me over. I'm tempted to eat all the rest of the veggies in the the little cup there. Deliciousness. Horchata. Good. Good grief. I love recovering. This is so good.
Okay. Oh, man. Hmm. My heel is hurting really badly. Hmm. I wonder if the glass is still in there. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm.
Oh.
I'm actually getting pretty tired of the StreamYard crap. It's really surprisingly challenging getting onto the platform. It's a really annoying thing. Yeah, I'm happy.
Then you should probably start using kindness and maturity. You say you're supposed to be creating a world that works for everyone. If you want to build a better world, start by modeling your own vision. Take care. Named after. There's a man here on this app called. All right, I'm gonna hear about Mark's Day and awesome news I hear. Hey, Mark, thanks for joining.
No problem. Let's change the world here. I'm pretty pumped up because we did have an exciting call this morning, and it was with one of the very rare people that I actually vouch for on a spiritual and material level. And his name is Brian Rose from the show London Real. Have you heard of that show? I don't know if you want to pull it up. It's pretty good. This guy was a Wall Street trader and a banker. So the worst of the worst. And he did that for like 20 years. And one day he woke up and just couldn't do it anymore. His spiritual side broke through. He just had this like revelation. And then he did ayahuasca. And then he's like, you know what? I'm going to be the Joe Rogan of London. And back then, Joe Rogan wasn't a big deal. It was like 2011 or something. And since then, he's interviewed 1,000 of the world's most ethical, spiritual, wonderful business people. All types of people, actually. And he has this huge network. And he said just knowing these people changed his life. So even though the show didn't make him billions of dollars, it gained him access, he said. He said they got 2.5 million subscribers, and it's opened all these incredible doors. So now he's in Dubai, and he offered us an opportunity. We got to meet him this morning, one-on-one. And my friends are investing now in this opportunity to be a part of his network. Because I think my intuition is saying that this man has the ability to help us save the world. Like this week. So I got his personal phone number now. I'm sending him text. It's like a dream. Like literally, I found out about this on Sunday or Saturday. I jumped on it right away because I'm like, oh my gosh! Jumped on it, booked 2 calls. They canceled the first call, but the second call, I brought 3 of my friends with me who are very wealthy. And within 45 minutes, he sold them on it. And they was like, yeah, this is incredible. So, it's concerning though because it validates a very bad trend that's happening that we should all be worried about. And that trend is that wealth concentration is at all-time highs, number 1, right now. That's pretty scary. At all-time highs, higher than at any point in human history. Even between kings and their peasants. It's worth, like the tech bros are more powerful than kings were to their own peasants. Okay, so that's what we're in. Now, that's bad, right? Number 2, it's continuing to increase. So it's bad. It's getting worse. Okay, so that's the second whammy. But now number 3, it's a triple whammy because it's not just bad and then or worse and then getting worser. It is getting worser faster, meaning that the rate is not staying the same. It's an exponential. It's getting faster and faster and faster. Centralized wealth.
most recently. And I love Dragonborn and taking Techborn on quite a lot of times, so I will check out that because I love the board. So.
Yeah, and I think I got to see him in person once. But you know what's funny is that Brian actually mentioned David Icke today. He said, you know what? If I can handle David Icke, I can handle anything you guys got going. So you might be putting me and the Universal Logic on his channel because my buddy who came, my buddy's quite wealthy. He's one of my ice road trucking friends. He put in a really good word. He said, you know, Brian, I'm going to invest in you. I got the money. I'm going to put it up. But he said, you know, I really, really think that you need to talk to Mark on your, like, just talk to him for like an hour. And nobody understands him. But if you have some AI experts that can kind of vouch for what he's saying, I think it would be very fruitful and it might even make a really good episode. And so we might be meeting the right people in AI to get the universal logic into Claude Mythos that's taking over right now. So that was an incredible miracle that all happened in the span of like what day is it today actually? Monday?
July 7th.
Oh, it's Tuesday. Yeah. So I think it was Saturday that I found out about this, and now we've been on a phone call. We were on the phone with him for 2 hours when it was only booked for 45 minutes. So he felt the vibe. He says, you know what, I'm feeling a vibe here that we're the same type of people. And I said, yeah, I think we are. And so it's like the meeting couldn't have gone better. Like it literally couldn't have gone much better. So that's what makes me pretty jazzed is he added me on LinkedIn. So I got Brian on LinkedIn now. And my friends and him are all on the chat communicating. And he sent us all his like business plans. And now I have some family members that are likely going to get involved. So the scary thing though is that, yeah, 10,000 ultra wealthy families migrated to Dubai last year alone. 10,000. That's incredible. That's just one city. But all these wealthy families are migrating to safe havens because I think they see what's coming. Well, they got attacked by Iran, right? But they have some of the most sophisticated weapons defense units in the region, and they're leaving OPEC too. They're becoming a power in that area. But it's more like the desert.
The thing I sent you yesterday about that you were talking about fasting and that you're like Jesus and Muhammad, you fasted and you fasted longer than I believe either of them fasted
Yeah.
for any singular period of time.
It's not really a competition, but it ended up going a long time, yeah.
But you went for 66 days and using that as your peak, and now hopefully you don't go back on your starvation, Hungerstrike. But because I think it undermines your position. I think it undermines the ball rolling down the hill. It's really hard for people to bring people on board when that's going on. What was I going to say? Oh, your thoughts on my point of sending you the thing about it was specifically that men are supposed to fast, not women. Something different for women. But what are your thoughts on that?
You know, when I saw your video, I was a little surprised, right? But I always give people the benefit of the doubt in the beginning. So I looked into it, and I was surprised with what I found. I found that you're right. Women are actually at more risk when hunger striking, and like quite a bit more at risk. So what I've decided to do is make a hybrid strategy. I think that women can still fast, but they have to do it in time with their period because it is actually dangerous if you do it during your period. You'll survive, and your period can get shut up. Like I think that if it gets really serious, then we're all gonna die anyway. I feel like who cares if you miss your period for a couple of months? Like who cares?
Yeah, I think that's the entire point. Again, for 20 minutes, you're explaining to me that you starved yourself for 66 days and what a feat that makes you. While you have your bed in your in your kitchen, you're explaining disability to me, who has brain tumors and is a single mom, and has had to learn to use every spoon to create world peace. I'm just in a different position than you, where I haven't starved myself for 66 days. I've been becoming more disabled over the course of a decade.
Well, what I mean is,
like women don't need to go through this process at all. We don't need, because we are the women. My point of like the First Nations that is teaching is that the boys did that to become men, to connect to women. And then it actually said that, or you can't
nothing I grew up with. Didn't have friends growing up. Grew up in a very racist Alberta. Anyway, that like women's role in sacred and spiritual, Mohammed and Jesus basically are men. They're clearly men, but they basically became women through the spirituality. That is what Mohammed and Jesus did. They were very close to women and widows and children and fighting for women. And I think women are ready to fight for ourselves collectively together and create matriarchy. And I don't think we need to starve ourselves or give our meat to men.
Okay, well, let me finish my comment then, I guess.
I'm going to movie myself be listening. I'm just going to get one.
Okay. I am very connected to the indigenous culture still. So for me, I have an indigenous name, right? So I went to a Cree sweat lodge a year or two ago, and it was actually my first real one. I went to a couple of other ones that did have ceremonies, but this had an actual elder in it. And we went there with the tobacco, and I gave my offerings, and I went with a couple of indigenous students that met me when I was doing my Hungerstrike in the center of the University of Alberta. And they were very inspired by it because they said it reminded them of a sort of leader in their indigenous community. There was a young man that went with a shopping cart and walked the shopping cart empty from Edmonton all the way down to Calgary on the highway. There's a big highway here, QE2. And he did that a couple of times in honor of his indigenous friends and family that died of suicide and improper diets and loneliness and a whole bunch of oppression that indigenous cultures go under. And his name was V. And V started a nonprofit called Nakam. And Nakam was about feeding the homeless, the indigenous homeless. Most of the homeless in downtown Edmonton are indigenous, disproportionately affected. Just like the number of prisoners that are black in jail is also disproportionate compared to other populations. So when they saw me hunger striking in the sprinklers at 2 a.m, they came and they sat with me, and I said, I don't think you guys should be with me because you're gonna. If I was to draw a crowd, they said that it would be considered an event and they would remove us. But they did it anyway, and this young woman did it twice, a couple of times actually, and they didn't kick us off. So this young indigenous woman who had, lots of drug addictions and smoke and all these problems, she brought me to all these indigenous organizations. And I actually volunteered with NACM a few times, and we handed out hot sandwiches to the homeless. So we had these heat packs. So the whole point wasn't just to give food, it was to be giving humanizing food, warm food, food that was healing. And so we did that a couple of times last year and the year before. And then I got to know the whole indigenous community there. And one of the young guys that got to know me was a spiritual sort of guru. And he actually was at my last birthday he invited his auntie and his cousin, and they helped host this vegan buffet. And they're planning to help host this huge 500-person vegan buffet. So I'm actually very connected to the indigenous community. My best friend is also indigenous, and I met him when I was something like 6 years old, and we've stayed in touch the whole time. He now has a son. Well, he's a super Christian now. When we were growing up, he was kind of an aimless youth consumer. But him and I used to play these video games like Final Fantasy together, and we used to work out together and get into shape, and so we always pushed each other's limits. We were kind of like equals, so it was kind of perfect. But we were inspired by these characters and these honor quests and the virtue, and we always wanted to be like that. So he took a different path though, and got into drugs and a whole bunch of things, and then had a coming of God, a coming of Christ, right? He was not on a good path, got a woman pregnant unexpectedly, and then had an unexpected child, who is now a full-blown teenager and is doing very well. But he cleaned up his act, and now he's a bodybuilder, and he's a pipe fitter, and he's got a lot of stuff going for him. So he thinks the Christian way is to not harm your body. Jesus Christ died for your sins. You know, God made you beautiful, so why are you hurting yourself? You're going against God's creation. And I say, well, if that was the true Christian message, then why did Jesus say, pick up your cross and follow me? Why then did Jesus Christ have to die in one of the most horrific ways possible? Is there no honor in that? What was he trying to show us? The messaging is totally screwed up with a whole bunch of entitled, complacent Christians. They've totally distorted the message to what they want, which is comfort, 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 comfort. Ignore anything that does not fit our very specialized hyperbolic message now that's superstitious. And they basically insulated themselves from any kind of courageous acts whatsoever, which is exactly what Jesus warned against. So basically the message of, hey, sacrifice for each other, love thy neighbor like thyself, and love thy enemy, and take up your cross and risk death. Whoever loses their life gains it. All that very clear messaging was bent into, oh, okay, now we don't suffer at all because Jesus suffered for us. Therefore, we must be comfortable at all times and screw the poor. We'll do token gestures, but that's about it. So we have a very lukewarm Christianity, which is exactly what Revelations warns. The Laodiceans were smashed by John in these letters. Or was it John? And he was basically calling them out that there was like this lukewarm water problem. It was very disgusting. But these rich people would be drinking this lukewarm water. And he says, your faith is lukewarm. And he says, God will spit you out of his mouth for it. Right? So...
What is your thoughts on women's unique role in spirituality?
Well, I think it's all unique, but women have the unique role of being the divine idea. But getting back to the Cree thing, right? I just want to correct a few things as we get into this female discussion, because the way you're coming at it is we need to rebalance women empowerment, but it's actually going the other way in North America. So North America has tipped over and is kind of good. Still needs to get better with domestic violence for sure. It's the rest of the world, the women in the developed countries, that really need the help still. They're still in a crazy patriarchy. But in terms of like my experience, I think you're downplaying a lot of it, right? So I'm actually still I actually was with the indigenous leaders in this city and was proposing an indigenous SDGs or MDGs back in the day. And so I know basically...
A singular friend and your accolades that you've done, the sweat lodges that you did that. I want to talk about the women and their part in it because I feel like they're forgotten, including in, listed off your idols is the wrong word, but you know what I mean, people you look up to. I think there was one woman on the list and there was Gandhi on the list.
Yeah, I got a lot of role models actually. So one of them, like the only woman that I've ever really, really, really was like infatuated with, like head over heels, couldn't control I could always control myself, but it was really a mystical connection. She was a native woman. She was what was she now? I think she was Cree too. But I always thought that I was going to marry a native woman. I've always thought that since I was young. So I tried to make it work with this woman, and I learned a lot about culture and like what happens with when you give a lot of money to the indigenous. They get a lot of money each month, right? And how she spent it and got used to it, and she traveled, and she's very spiritual, but she had a very traumatic spirituality. So it was very interesting. It was very romantic. Like, it was one of the easiest relationships where I could be romantic and brought her flowers. It was really chemical. Whatever was with her body was very chemical for me. But anyway, I think Pocahontas it sounds like such a fake Disney story, but the real story is actually very inspiring. And that's when I start to respect not just women, right? But my mother was always playing the masculine and feminine role when she was a single mother. And the men that came into my life were always kind of messed up a little bit. My dad cleaned himself up, and it inspires me. But I was like raised by women, my two sisters, for like years. It was just my mom, my two sisters, and me, and my godmothers. And there's like she had like 3 godmothers. So I mean, I'm very emotionally connected. But when it comes to differentiating between men and women, there are superficial stereotypes, and there are real ones. And there is certain energetic roles, but we're actually meant to play all of them. And you're supposed to develop yourself as a whole circle. So, for example, in a Trinity, right, you get the male first, the father, and you get the second moment, which is wild nature, female, the womb, and then you get the spirit, which is the best of both of them. Balanced proportionality, which is what wisdom is about. And I think
Wisdom, how humans made everything, is female that comes first. It is female that is first, and our Mother Earth, female is first, is God.
well, see,
The idea that men can't give birth, men can actually breastfeed each other, but can't give birth. Aren't connected in the same way to life. It's not something that is like that you have to logically work your way through. It just is creating life. And there is a connection to sacredness and creation because of that, because of bleeding once a month. It is akin to the hunger strike that is bleeding for the earth, for our species, for one another. And our jealousy and pairing off in romantic pairs. Like I asked you what about women, and you were like, well, one woman turned me on. What if, like, elders, show girls?
well, 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 yeah, you're mixing things up, right? Like what I said was before we get into the women talk, like I want to get some closure on the judgments you made before, right? And one of those judgments was I wasn't very close to Indigenous communities, and so I was just saying not only was my best friend Indigenous and I've been connected for a long time, but the woman that I fell in love with was also Indigenous, on top of all the accolades and the names and all the other stuff that happened, right? So I'm just saying that I think you're underestimating the person you're talking to. And that will hopefully bring a little bit of closure. That in my personal life and my professional life, I'm very connected. Even now, I'm very connected. That's why we call it Fair World Spirit. The spirit is also an Indigenous spiritual word, right? Okay, so for that topic, I wasn't mentioning the woman I was in love with for the female topic. I was mentioning that because my personal life on both sides was very Indigenous. Now, when it comes to what is the metaphysical role, the energetic role between the genders, that's one of the three major what we call quick win dialectics. So it's one of the crisis dialectics that's causing a huge amount of strife in the world because it's fragmented. And if you memorize the core that I sent you, the heart of the Megacrisis.
I was able to read anything except all of them later, and it wasn't my capacity to do.
Well, you're just being lazy. Sorry. I don't accept it. I don't accept it because you know what? There's a trend forming with you, and I'm noticing the trend, which is that anything that doesn't fit into your paradigm suddenly turns into non-consideration. And I will not accept your disability to that degree. I just won't. You can learn like everybody else. There's something called brain plasticity, and you can focus your attention. You can.
Attention way too much. 24/7, you're like using water spill because you didn't concentrate 24/7.
Oh, yeah.
I've given a different gift of brain tumors and disability, and I needed to compensate along the way. I'm at the point I'm at until people come and join me, or until I figure out something different.
I don't think so. I think that's an excuse and a justification for people to be
That's
forced
fine.
into
I
a
don't
model.
think change it, just like my doctors or my parents or anyone's belief in it doesn't change it. I am, what's the word? I say slave, that's the wrong word. But a slave to my body, my brain, and God. I can't change what they are. I can only work with what I am and what I have.
No, you can't change it because you have something called brain plasticity. We all do. The white modern chief can change it.
I'm just not changing it on your timeline.
Exactly, and that's
I was raised by a librarian. I love
well,
reading. Love reading. It's not the same thing as being lazy.
it is. In this particular case, I think that you're using it as a crutch to force people into your mode of view, right? And I think that it's really just lack of consideration. And you can do it. Well, okay. I looked at all your ideas. I'm asking you about your ideas. I'm researching the stuff you're sending me. I'm taking my brain power, which takes sugar to rewire your neurons, and I'm burning it to try and align with you. That's called consideration. You're not doing that. You're just shutting it off, making up excuses. I can't read this. I can't do that. I can't do this. I can't do that. And I can't do that.
If that's what it looks like to you, that is not what is happening. You just reached me a decade into my 66th year, 66th day hunger strike. It just doesn't look the same because I'm a woman, because I'm the Jubilee.
No, we got to stop here because women can go on hunger strikes and periods are different, but periods are not equal to actual hunger strikes.
A single mom who's already started my life should be going on hunger strikes.
It depends, right? Everybody has different circumstances. But I think that,
It's dangerous to tell people go on hunger strikes. Stop telling people
well,
if you
that,
want to damage the body, go ahead.
did I tell you to go on a hunger strike?
You're literally
No, I didn't. I said everybody has unique circumstances. And I think that I don't believe to the degree that you're saying that your condition is that severe. But if I'm wrong, you need to consult your doctor. But here's what I discovered when I was researching this topic. That's fine. We can learn about it. We can learn about it. We can learn about it. What? Well, no, I did not do that. Yes, I do know what you probably went through because I've been through it too. I think you got to get to a yes. Yeah, so I went through the medical system and got destroyed too, right? 32 injections, they erased me, all that kind of stuff. I know how that goes, but I feel like women in general, they can go roughly a week with no food in the middle of their cycle. And then they can intermittent fast in between there. And it won't cause a serious disruption. If you want to lose your period, then you can go longer and then your period's lost for whatever amount of time. If you're not trying to get pregnant, then it does age you, right? It does age you. So that's the price you pay. But the price is we're all going to die anyway if we don't do something serious. And CRISPR will solve aging. It actually can reverse aging. It doesn't just stop aging, it reverses it.
I don't want to solve aging.
So
I want to solve the patriarchy and capitalism. I want period and to eat.
yeah, but you're
enjoy.
well, okay, but at the same time, there's got to be sacrifice, and I think that well, I still think it's not the same, right? Because you're not really exercising discipline. That's just an automatic process.
But you don't need to. You need to. Men need to.
I think everybody needs to. I just think that women have to be a little bit more careful about it because their bodies, according to the science, says that when you're bleeding out like that, it puts you at more risk of severe heart stress. And I would agree actually, because of the way that I've gone through it. But that doesn't mean you can avoid hunger strikes entirely. You still need to overcome the cravings, right? And that overcoming of the cravings is where you have impulse control. You layer your prefrontal cortex with willpower. That rewiring of the brain needs to happen. And that doesn't happen just by going on your period. It goes by taking cravings and resisting them. And if you that is God's plan. Well, you're talking to God right now too, so I mean this is God's plan. Unless you have a better one. Unless you have a better one. Yeah, but where's it written down? Where's all your ideas? I've asked for them already. No, it's not at all. It's called human evolution, and every culture does it, including indigenous cultures. All of them have done it. I don't think so. I think that's an excuse not to write down your ideas. Okay.
Really close before I went on strike in 2022, and I wasn't saving the world in 5 to 6 hours a week anymore. And then the Allen Priestley, and then the whole last 3+ years.
Okay, yeah, send that to me. That'd be great, actually.
I'll do it. If I don't do it right now,
Yeah, cool.
talking.
Okay. So I was really happy you sent that to me because it's real. So women have to take special precautions, and the week before the period, they should start intermittent fasting, and the week after the period, they should intermittent fast as well. And then after that, Then for a week, you can actually stop eating for a week, resist those impulses, and then you can start the intermittent fasting again as you're approaching your period again. So that's what that's kind of where we're said was safe or safer. But you can go without your period. So you can actually fast for a long time. It's just that you have to be you have to really be taking care of your body and being checked on more often, especially if you start refeeding syndrome, like you start eating again. You're gonna have to get the doctors to put IVs in you and do it professionally, like pick you back up. So that's something that I think is feasible if somebody wants to go the distance. If they want to go the distance with me and say, "Well, if we're gonna die anyway, I'll take a hit." So I will probably get osteoporosis. Well, well, it turns out it's not patriarchy only. It's a metaphysical.
Email, because that's a lost cause now. DM's a lost cause now. Anything that requires technology. Who is Jubilee? So there we go. This is within here. We weave how we get to 12,000 people. The We Weave solution raising and peer coaching becomes Zero State Solution to World Peace. I haven't updated it since then. The 5 questions, which are who am I? Who are my people? What is my purpose? All in iteration, because I'm a spoonie who no one would listen to on how to save the world, and had to keep figuring out how to get more energy while raising my daughter and no one listening, and saving the world with joy, with fun, doing it in a fun way, figuring out the call then, figuring out that that's how efficient labor gets done, and chronically on this channel. Well, then I 2 new channels to not resist this one and lost this one. I have to figure out how to send this to you. There we go. And sent.
Okay, there it is. Okay, good. Okay, I'll take a look at that. And that's how old is that document? You said like 3 years old?
Yeah, it just is a list of the projects I was currently working on. With old ones moved to the bottom.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going to need a structure. Because if you're going to have 12,000 people, you're going to need a way to...
That needs the structure. That's not what we're doing. 12,000 people. I need a single human being to join me here in the Jubilee. Like, I need help. Stress off of my plate. Been in autistic burnout for a decade. I need to be able to gain capacity, not be continually losing it, because no one hears me. I have to continually do the dishes and cook every meal. But like, all that's required is literally anyone to do any of the labor that is required for human life. Because my brain is busy creating world peace. That's it. And I don't have the ability to undo what has been done.
Well, there's a few approaches here, and I know what you mean by these mundane tasks eating away your remaining creative energies. That's why sometimes I'll do all my creative work in the morning, and then by the end of the night, when I'm exhausted, that's when I try and do 1 or 2 or whatever things that need to be done, or cook meals ahead of time, or freeze them, or whatever.
Yeah, done and tried everything. But we're not on day 2. We're on day 46 years. So many years of having a disability and having brain issues and being a single mom and having the issues that I've had. But like, I'm not new on this journey. You have your bed in your room, in your kitchen, so you don't have to waste calories to go to the washroom. You've saved so much over the course of months. I've had to figure that out in every area of life. How to Pareto distribution in every area of life that I have. And it's still the case. It's like, yeah, my house is falling apart. Order sushi for dinner. So we're making 3 eats. So you're like, I can't cook, can't do that
That's him. Why did it come up?
Why? Why is that the question? The question, why did it come up?
Mm-hmm.
Why would it come up all day yesterday? Your birthday. On the Beaver video, on the Israelis bombing USS Liberty, on a man who did a school shooting and then got attacked by swords in video, and I don't remember what else, but there was a few other things as well. Those are just the top three.
Well, yesterday was July 6th, not my birthday, right? It was June 8th is my birthday.
Right.
Right?
That's what was coming up.
On those dates or yesterday?
June 8th came out 3 times yesterday. Any more than that, those are just the top three.
So your birthday was yesterday, or whose birthday was July 6th?
Your birthday came up within my life 3 times yesterday. Minimal.
And who brought it up?
Once the Beavers I sent you,
Right.
it came up right after I sent you the previous one.
Well, it
Like I
wasn't.
said,
It wasn't exactly my birthday. I think the date it said it was June 8th, which was my birthday, right? But June 8th, not 1986. It was a different year, right?
that they were in the Beaver thing?
I think so, yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. 40 years for more. Yeah, that's what I was talking about the video. The uploading video date. That's the June 8th, yes.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Why do you think that happened?
Because we're on the way to creating world peace, and there's a pattern underlining all of humanity. We're just to be paying attention to it and solving the giant mystery together, not being centrally planned from a single messiah or guru. We're supposed to be allowing humanity to unleash humanity on humanity's problems. We're supposed to be doing my project in me. Is what I think. Of course.
Well, I think it's got to be both, right? I think you're underestimating what I'm doing here myself.
No, actually, I think you're really what do you stand on? You wasting your brain energy. You don't understand what I'm doing with you. I want you as a beautiful human being to remain on this planet. But I don't have energy to waste day by day on your schedule. So as long as we're on the planet breathing air together, I'm going to be trying to kick you in the ass in every way I can to keep you on this planet so we can create something amazing. I don't think Hungerstrikes are the way. I get why. And I get that like there's path. You're like, let's convince more people a hunger strike. We have enough food on this planet. We can be in festival and abundance and eating amazing food. We're also friends and family. Like eating our friends and family, like not humans, but you know what I mean, plants and animals and fungus and things that are medicine. That is how we heal the earth and heal our bodies, is through food, is through relationship with one another and relationship with God, which is our mother earth.
Well, okay, so let me get back to the gender energies and how to speak about it fairly, right? Because you're gender biased as a female. I'm supposed to be gender biased as a male. And, one of the closest people in my group is transgender, male going into a female body, like hormone therapy is intense. But all the genders have their essential role, and everything that is within its limit is beautiful. But as soon as it gets outside its limit, it's ugly. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter whether it's male, female, LGBTQ, or all the other 200 contradictions. So the male-female gender dialectic is one of the 3 most hostile nuclear dialectics right now.
Sorry, gender is like masculine, feminine, boy, girl that we put on top of sex, which is male, female.
That's right. It's actually
So what do you mean by gender?
well, I mean gender by the energies that you can take on that can be in different energy forms. So you can have a disposition of female, but you're in a male body, or you're in a female body and you feel like you have male energy, or you might not have any, being non-binary. In the gender dialectic, you can experience different inner states than what your physicality shows, and that's actually a more profound state than being traditionally aligned with your physicality. And that's because of how that dialectic works, how consciousness works, by going inwards through tension. When you're not in tension, you actually don't go deeper. You stay on the surface level of things. And this guy named Hegel called it the master-slave dialectic in terms of how consciousness starts to go deeper than animal consciousness. And he describes how every stage morphs into the next stage. It's an incredible connection of all knowledge and how it's all one big stream. There's no gods of the gaps, there's no breakages in it. It's all one continuous God logic. So when it comes to the male, female, LGBTQ, gender dialectic, it evolves in the section of anthropology for Hegel, which is way towards the end. A whole bunch of development has to happen first. And even these sort of abstract elements like nature, where we give it a sort of energy like wild earth or Gaia or something like that, we're in some sense, what is that word, personifying? We're giving abstract objects which don't have formal consciousness, we're giving them human attributes. So at the top level, this is going to sound kind of strange, but it's sort of a secret, the keys to the castle, the keys to the kingdom. At the highest level, there's only 3 words you really need to know that encompass all other meanings. They're like little containers. Nothing fits outside of them. And they have genders. You can put genders to them if you want. The first one of this thing called the absolute syllogism. It's a circle of a syllogism. The first formal moment is the masculine. That's the whole Christian moment and the father and all that. The first one is the pure notion in itself. And the second moment, though, is where the notion negates itself into its opposite as process. So this first moment is kind of like a completion of perfection in itself. It's kind of like common sense. Everything just kind of fits as moments in itself and moves in itself. But it's also an immediate unity. It's like a big clump of it. But when you negate yourself, you create what's called a negative unity with your opposite. But there's no real opposite. It's not like there's a second being. It's the same being in the second mode of itself, which is the mode of reality. So, for example, if the first mode is God, and God's perfection, whatever, God negates itself into nature. Nature is the opposite of God the Father. But it's a little bit wild because when you are already perfect in the notion, when you negate perfection, you get freedom. You get technically abstract freedom, where you don't have to align with the logic of the necessity of the perfection, right? You can be wild, and that's where that comes from. So there's a wild side to nature that we call contingency. And then there's a necessary part of nature, which is the masculine, which is structure and evolution. But you need both of them to have free will and an alignment of destiny. And so when people identify nature with feminine energy, it's because, in a way, it serves as a sort of womb. It's an emptiness that then gets filled with structure, just like pregnancy in a way. But when you're in the mode of contingency, you sort of have 2 types of freedom. There's a personal freedom where you can do whatever you personally want. You don't have to follow anything. You can negate anything you want. And often women do that. They're like, well, I don't want to be under patriarchy. I want to think for myself. And they want to develop their thoughts just like men can. But for thousands of years, they weren't given that opportunity, which stunted them in that way. But women compensated by having what's called the divine idea instead. So what that means is that instead of thinking more analytically, like step by step, women think in gestalts. They kind of think in intuitive patterns where they just see the whole thing. They can't really articulate it in an analytical step-by-step breakdown, but they can use stories and relational language to communicate complete concepts, right? They can sense fuller comprehension, which is why they're more emotionally intuitive. They don't have like this analytical chopped up masking going on. They're seeing the full person. And it's because they weren't expected for thousands of years to explain it, except, well, at least in our cultures, right? In indigenous cultures where women were respected more, they did kind of have a more analytical role, especially as grandmothers. But women are the divine idea because the divine idea is like kind of the completed version of the evolution. So in a way, women have a more fluid thinking because all the moments are already together. And what ends up occurring is if women don't develop their analytical masculine side, they can't pick apart these intuitions in the same way. They just are them, right? That's why just being around women can be healing.
What's your take on me and logic?
Well, so that's kind of like there's one more moment. There's a third moment in the syllogism, and I think you might more fully embody this. And this is what we all should strive for. You shouldn't strive for just one or the other. You should always be striving to find proportionality and principledness. When to act in which energy, whenever the context calls for it. Sometimes you need to be masculine. Sometimes you need to be feminine. Sometimes you need to be both in a balanced way. Sometimes you need to transcend it. The position is dependent on nuance and context. Okay, so you actually want to be spirit. So you have traditional male, traditional female, androgyny in between them. Then you have the transcendental LGBTQ, where you just don't match your body at all. Your physical sex and your inner energies can change. It's actually a more profound state because you can't rely on the common sense of your identity to be who you are. There's an inner logic that says, wow, there's something different from this external world. There's something more free. So in some sense, the LGBTQ are actually having a more profound inner experience than the people who are traditionalists. And that's why they have to be respected even though they're a minority. But if you're unethical in your sexuality, then even LGBTQ have to like rein it in, or else you're going to become impulsive, and a whole bunch of bad things will happen. So once you go to that transcendental mode, then you can actually get into non-binary too, and then you can have the whole of all of them. You can move between all of them as an immediate unity again. So you are a nice blend, I would say, except that your disability, your brain tumor is restricting you. And you sort of given into it. You sort of said, well, screw it. If I can't do it perfectly or I just can't do it, I'm too tired, you're just not going to do it. But I think that what's going to happen is your prefrontal cortex is going to atrophy. And then you might lose that ability entirely. Then that'll be a real tragedy because then you really will be.
So atrophy. Yeah, you said like plasticity. So which one is it?
What?
Our brains die, and those parts can't come on back. We need to adapt to change and grow, or everyone can get back to perfect baby brain state, no matter what. Brain radiation and brain tumors,
Yeah, so
trauma is that one.
yeah, so I think that there are cases severe enough that we would need CRISPR for some, like basically brain damage to, or vegetable comas, or like vegetative states almost, or IQ levels that are below 75. Those people are barely functional. You are
Your
not.
need for CRISPR and for living forever, where you might not be on this planet at the end of the year. I don't get that a lot. Because I'm like not seeking CRISPR. I'm not seeking to live forever. I want to age and be a grandma and like watch the next generation be born and then go and join the ancestors and go and find what's in the hereafter. I don't want to be on this planet forever in that way. I think it's a egotistical nightmare to need to live forever. I don't think that's what we're here for. I think that's what it's designed for. I think CRISPR gives us a false sense of disability, of being able, like you're preaching that you've done something amazing because you went 66 days without food, possibly disabling yourself. Yet you don't understand how I've been disabled over the course of a decade.
Well, you're asking a lot of good questions here, right? But let me answer them for a second. So your first thing is, well, how do you resolve this contradiction, it seems like, of saying that you can lose this brain plasticity, but you can also employ it? So I said, well, there are people where it's true, they're basically vegetables. Like they're in a vegetative state. They've gotten such severe brain damage that they're not conscious. Or, if they are conscious, they have an IQ below 75. The military will not take you under 75 IQ because you become more of a threat. It's not fair to you. You become more of a liability than a help to the unit. So you are not allowed to go into the military under 75 because you really are basically unfunctional.
Join the military, which murders people. What a delusional fuckery! A male military to join and murder each other. Oh no, not like.
You need to let me finish my points, okay? You
I'm
need.
literally possibly not able to.
Okay, well, I'll do it for your audience, and they can communicate it to you later. But you do not fit into those categories. You are not below 75 IQ, and you do not have a damaged brain to the point of being a vegetable. You are a highly articulate person in specific regions where you feel comfortable. And whenever you feel cognitive dissonance, you possibly might have a disability or disadvantage there where you're out of control of your cortisol. But those things can be fixed. They can be managed by brain plasticity and by psychedelics.
What
And
cognitive dissonance have I run away from?
well, you can't think about other people's proposals to you, such as saying, well, I can't read your core, like your one-page sheet. I just can't do it. I'm like, yeah, you can.
I can't anymore. That's not my again. What I said was from years ago. I've declined since then. You're saying the only thing that is after that I might need to not do what I'm doing because my brain might atrophy. Your only way that means is if I was comatose. If I wasn't able to move or speak at all, there isn't the linear lines there, a progression there.
No, I think that
What
is
does atrophy mean?
atrophy means that you get 200,000 new neurons per day that where you think the most, they go. So if you don't think with your prefrontal cortex and you're just going with your own intuitive bias or thoughts or comfort zone, your bubble basically, then it reinforces your bubble and it doesn't actually do any real cognition in holding contradictions of two opposing ideas. So you become
All I do is
less
hold
capable.
contradictions of two opposing ideas. I'm trying to find all around that is not atrophy in any way, shape, or form.
Then you should be able to consider my proposals at the same time as yours.
I can't because you want 256. My friend who has 6 points, and everyone understands when we talk about them every week.
Now let me stop you.
can't hold those 6 points. That's the first thing
Well,
I'm gonna
well,
write.
okay. Well, I've already considered that, and you're right. You're totally 100% right. But it doesn't mean it's not in my real proposals. I think I told you there's 5 levels of competency that we actually introduced the system. So if your competency, like a baby, right, or a young person, like an 8-year-old, they can't handle 200
I
either.
need God level jubilee. I'm a God level jubilee.
Well,
Part of that is clicking on synapses.
mm-hmm.
That were part of the patriarchy when were needed. And I needed to survive. Now I can't do the dishes or I need to take a 4-hour nap. Someone can do my dishes. It's not an impossibility until someone comes along, I'm doing them.
Well, you know,
And then my brain will continue to atrophy because no one can see and hear me.
well, to a degree, yeah,
And I'm doing the best I can as low as possible.
that's
What
great.
you do with the Hungerstrike. What you claim
Well,
as Saya, I'm literally the Jubilee.
well,
And I
okay.
feel like a bitch, I'm really sorry.
Well, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere, and we're passionate, both of us, which makes it more interesting. But let me finish this thought, right? Because yeah, you're pointing out some good points, and there's nuances here. But when I'm saying that we need to bring in 5 levels of competency, it has to do with your potential, right? It doesn't have to do with your worthiness, because you don't get paid anymore in God's government by your absolute production. You get paid by your
You keep trying to sell me your thing. I don't
productivity.
want your thing sold to me. I want to have a conversation about literally anything on women, about gender, about capitalism and how we end it, not how do I work.
Well, first of
I'm the
all,
only Jubilee.
well, you can do both. You absolutely can. You can.
When you spoke to Bentley,
Mm-hmm.
that was after I had already had my last conversation with Bentley. After we worked together for 2 years and no one else was joining us, we both thrive off of learning people's projects and finding the holes in them. It's one of my favorite things to do. Like I grew up reading with a librarian as a dad, had my nose in a book. It's my favorite thing to do. Wasn't able to read my favorite books to my daughter, which is all I wanted to do as a mother. Like, was one of my visions. This is not, hey, how do I fuck over Mark? You know what I mean? Like, you're not hearing me in how I got to where I am. You just keep trying to sell me your project. a rush because you're killing yourself. I'm in a rush because brain tumors and anyone joining me.
No.
Start saving the children.
No, we're not in a rush because I'm killing myself. Can you give a different, more respectable answer?
No, because that is my version of what you're doing. If you go back on the Hungerstrike, if you've just done 66 days and you can own that as the amazing feat it is, and stop encouraging other people to go 66 days without food, I want to have a conversation about the power of hunger for men. But anyway, the signs that I said, when Muhammad went on fast, one of the reasons Muhammad went on fast, and I think Islam goes on fast, is to, I want to actually look it up so I can know the exact wording, but for basically to honor Moses and Allah allowing Moses out, which is actually amazing because those lineages split ways long before that. And so wishing peace upon your cousins who have done nothing but call you warring donkey murdering people is very beautiful and peaceful, especially doing fasting. And Ramadan is one of the first times I encountered somebody, my roommate, fasting for Ramadan and not being with her friends and family, like not being able to experience any of the community, just the downside in solstice in Canada. It was like, oh my goodness, because it's sun up to sundown. Yeah, like what, 4 hours of darkness, like ridiculous, probably a little more than that. And why they do it, right? To be closer to people who are sick, to be closer to people who, and anyway, that there is a power to fasting.
Thank you.
And I believe that the First Nations having men go on spirit quests to learn self-control is extremely important. I think we need to figure out how men gain self-control. Women too. I'm not saying women don't need self-control. We just aren't as physically powerful, haven't been given as much privilege. We've been enslaved under the patriarchy to do most of the labor that anyone can do, while not being honored for the only labor we can do, which is give birth. And nurture babies for the first year to 2 years. Like we're like soul connected to the baby we gave birth to.
I'm actually looking some of this up here. Yes, Indigenous women actively participated and continue to participate in sweat lodges, ceremonies, and honor quests, also known as vision quests or fasting. Traditionally, these practices were deeply gendered, but women played vital roles. So sweat lodges, while some historical traditions separated men and women were widely involved in sweat lodges. Lodges are often viewed as representative of the womb of Mother Earth, making women highly revered in this environment. In many nations, female elders even lead and pour the water during the ceremony. For vision quests, women frequently undertook quests fasting and praying in isolation to seek direction, mark the coming of age transitions, or gain spiritual power for their communities and families. Specific protocols and teachings vary between nations. For example, some communities have separate sweats for men and women, and traditionally women do not enter sweat lodges while on their moon time, as this is a time of immense independence, power of the sweat lodge. Would you like to know more about the roles and protocols? So women weren't ever exempt from these fastings. They were just more careful. I think we have to be more careful.
Vision quest was.
Huh?
The boy going to becoming a man over 4 days is not an adult throughout their lifetime choosing to go on their own fast, to be closer to God for whatever reason. Because they have a reason, they're grieving, whatever their reason is, to have a rite of passage for men to develop control, to have men develop control together with one another, not locker room hockey player bullshit, but actually learning how to self-control, having rites of passage formed by men, having rites of passage formed by women. I don't need you to create rites of passage formed by women, right? Like, I'm a woman. We can do that together. But like your version of it, right, doesn't mean it's the one I'm going to adopt. Of course not. I'm a woman. You know what I mean? Like, I come of the earth. I've given birth to a human being. I'm a mother. I don't need a man to tell me spirituality. Like, that's my learning coming from evangelical Christianhood and the Bible being you are learning a rapist's raping manual is horrifying. That's what our patriarchy is based on. That we're better off having no marriage and romance and keeping to the sexes separate. And, figuring out things for unique and different than we are in our current paradigm. That is slavery. That has never been partnership. Where women aren't with our lovers. We're lions. We're our house. And we're expected to marry them. Anyway, sorry, I'm going on a rant. But we need a revolutionary change that is not designed by a man, led by a man. Not led by anyone. I'm not looking to lead it. You're looking to be like, come lead it. I don't want to lead. That's not womanhood. That's not my womanhood. We lead by collectively coming together, leading together, feeling together, moving and flow together. Not micromanaging every lesson, every conversation, every drop of energy. Being with Creator, being with one another, being where we choose to be. And it can be fun and easy. You can choose your challenge. Is my pitch.
I hear that. But I think it's naive. And I gotta finish my answers because talking with you is very fragmented. For example, I still haven't finished answering almost any of your questions completely, which leaves them looking fragmented and foolish.
You gotta get to the moment. We let go of what you haven't finished and just be in the moment.
Well, no, because I know, but technically that's a devious way to win an argument, right? Because I've let me finish a point, please. Okay, so in a way we're vying for the public's attention and to say my model is better or it's not or it's equal or whatever. So what you're doing is by cutting me off, me being patient, you're winning a point each time, let's say, or even a couple points by trying to make me look foolish when I didn't even get to finish, and my patience is being exploited because you won't go back and let me finish the argument, which makes it look like I don't have more to say when I do. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to reclaim those points because I do know what I'm talking about, and your positions are not received.
You know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
What I can't do.
Let me win an argument. Yes, we are. No. Argument's not just about that. No, it's not. It's called a rhetoric problem. So we are arguing because you're making a claim and I'm making a claim, and the claims are separate. They're different. They're oppositional. Rhetoric is about winning arguments, not based on merit, but based on peripheral bias. Well, let me. If you no, this is not. This is a cop out because you have the power of mind to destroy my position, but you don't have the power to allow the position to be said. No, that's actually that's a manipulative tactic to win an argument by shutting it down through silencing. And no, but you are. When you're saying to me, right, you're making a lot of claims right now. Like for example, men should not be making claims to what women's vision quest should be, or we don't need to have centralized authority, or we don't need women to go on hunger strikes, or that periods are the same impulse control as hunger strikes. You're making a lot of claims, right? And you can.
I hear ya. What one claim would you like to stick to? Because I'm still going on every track. I keep bringing it back.
That's right. That's right. Start making notes, right? That's what I do. If it starts to spider, I start to make notes.
You need guidance to be like you. Just tell me the one point you want to stick to so we can stick to it.
And why? What's so wrong about giving that advice or that kind of feedback?
It's just unhelpful.
What do you mean it's unhelpful?
You've not lived my life. It's unhelpful in any way.
So, well, how do you know that?
Because I've been there, I've done that. Everyone's given the same advice. I'm literally looking to stick on track. Like, I can join you in an ability to have a conversation because I hear you. I'm going to be on every track. You can't go back and clear up the tracks. I
Well,
So give me a point that you want to stick to, that, you know, like, and we can stick to that one, even if I go off track, we can keep bringing it back. What's the biggest point you think I've made a fool about you about that you don't agree with what I agree with? Because they're firmly held beliefs. They're what I believe. You're not going to change them. I'm not looking to change them.
well, that means you're
I'm not
irrational.
looking to change yours. I'm looking to understand yours, though.
Well, that's the thing, is that's what a totalitarian and oppressor would say. And you're saying that, well, there is no such thing in your system, but the Jubilee has just become an authoritarian. And so that's why I want to point out the hypocrisies in your position. That would
Okay,
be,
so Jubilee being an authoritarian, point.
yeah, so if you don't let
That
other,
you want to stick to?
well, we're going to talk about all of it, I think, is what we're going to try and do here.
Yes, but that's going to be in flow, though. If you keep bringing it back and saying I'm having a conversation wrong when I can't remember what I said a sentence ago to talk about it now, I can only be in flow with it. You're requiring things I can't do.
Well, this is the thing. We're having a meta conversation about form, and we're trying to get down to content. So it might be helpful to have two tracks right in your notes: form and content. So what I want to say is the content I want to get back to was about was early on, like the first argument where you cut in, and I was talking about how competency needs to be introduced, because you said your claim was, Mark, your system's not going to work for people like me because you need me to memorize 200 of these contradiction things. And I thought, yeah, I agree with you. And then I was patient to hear you. And then you switched off. So the audience is thinking, oh, she just got a slam dunk. But the reality was, I was agreeing with you and saying, hey, look, we've already thought about this. That's how comprehensive this approach is. And we've made solutions to that, which will work for you, I believe. So it's worth proposing to you. So that solution is to say we have 5 levels of competency, and the first one is not 200. The last one is 200. The 5th level of competency, the last one, that's where you have to get 200. But you build your way there through lower levels. So the first level is not just about children starting there, it's about everybody starting there, because it's a paradigm shift. It's going to be difficult for everybody in the beginning, but it's actually easier. So, for example, we only start with 3 of these contradictions in level 1. So all you do is you memorize 3 words, and we call it the lullaby of universal being. And then you have the story of the universal being. Then you have the novel of universal being. Then you have the trilogy of the universal being. Then it gets harder and harder and harder. But once you start to grasp the pattern, it starts to turn into a heuristic. And once it becomes a heuristic, it becomes subconscious, and then it becomes effortless. So you got to get to that point first. And all major changes, especially foundational ones or structural changes, they take a lot of glucose, because you're changing big concepts. But once those big concepts change, that's when you start having an easier time understanding the direction, and you can be self-directed. But we have to make that change in the beginning. And the 3 words that we start with is that universal syllogism, or the absolute syllogism. So it's like that kind of like bird's eye view looking down instead of the ground looking up. We can go both ways. It depends on what people like. If you like big picture down and you go into details, that's what we default to, because most people like to learn that way. But you can also go specific detail first and then build up the context. So however your learning style is, we meet you there. That's why we get you to take that form to say the 12 questions that get to your essence. And one of them is, do you prefer top down? Well, it asks you the tribe first, actually. But the point is, you're really only starting with 3 when you pick a tribe. Is it spirit, nature, logic? Is it logic, nature, spirit? Is it nature, spirit, logic? Or is it spirit, logic, nature? There's 7 combinations of those 3 words that are in contradiction. And we ask people to start off just very basically with those 3. And what it does, you know, I could show you a screen. How do I share on here? Can I share on the screen? Do you know how to share on the thing yet?
Just do it here.
Stream this to, I should be on my laptop, so stream this to your audience. That's me? Stream.
If you stream it, you're already live on your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You're on this one, so you probably can't stream it to your live audience.
Well, I actually have another laptop that's streaming, but this laptop is free and that laptop is free. Well, this laptop is coding with AI right now, but it has enough bandwidth for me to log into here again and stream for you. But I thought there'd be a way to do it on.
On the screen?
Yeah, stream this to
Because
your.
my point is, I'm meeting with the same people for helped me figure out what Enneagram type I am because I'm the perfectionist because I tried to perfect all of them. And you know, what you explain as the simplest one, not interested, don't want to do 3-hour like meetings, killed me. Killed Bentley and I's project with Raymond's beautiful project called Protocol.love. I'm coming at this with a completely different experience, getting to where I am. I'm not looking to join anybody else on their project. I know that. I'm looking for anyone to come and hear me and see me on mine. Or I'm looking to have conversations, to get to know each other as human beings, which is hopefully in alignment with both of ours. The contradictions, like I said, I'm a living contradiction. I'm the embodiment of contradiction.
We all are. All of us are. That's the point.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So there's no excuse. You're gonna sublet like everybody else.
Why do you keep hearing this excuse? Like, you moved
Because
your bed into the kitchen.
it's part of my inner contradiction. It's what I have to do to survive, right? It makes sense. Because my ultimate goal is to do whatever it takes to save humanity. Wherever it takes
You're
me.
disabling me. I'm going to send you my EIDD one that we watched together collectively. Because one, I was a kinder, sweeter person then.
Okay.
And I feel like you can hear me maybe when I'm talking about my disability. And why it helped me make great worlds.
Well, what I'm...
Okay, Mark, can you hold me accountable for volume?
Really? Is that your daughter reprimanding you?
Well, she's asking me to be quiet. She doesn't want me loud. I can't control the volume of my own voice because I can't hear it. Like, I can't. Even before I'm a single-sided dad. I've had some issues with loudness.
Does she have headphones or anything that she could wear?
Of course, she is wearing headphones.
So why didn't she do that?
I didn't ask you for it. I asked you if you could. The answer is no, that's fine. If you don't want to, listen to my voice and be like, hey, loud. That's fine, but we probably can't talk very long. Because I do care about my child's auditory, sensory, nervous system.
Yeah, but what I'm picking up here is more. What I'm picking up here is that there's there is a potential unnecessary power struggle. There's something going on that doesn't feel quite right in my intuition. And I don't know enough about you and her relationship, but something to me twinged just now where it's like,
Sorry, power struggle between me and her.
Yeah, there's something going on where it didn't feel totally authentic for her to tell you to be quiet. That, like, when you said that she has headphones, which could block out your voice, it's unnecessary to come tell you to be quiet, right?
Seriously, fuck off. Don't talk about my parenting and my daughter.
Okay, whatever. That's oppressive.
Your
But
daughter struggle with me more than my daughter is.
well, no, I'm not. I'm in argumentation
Come
with
and
you.
ask me.
Huh?
Did she come and ask me?
Yeah, that's what I
She
kind of
is
figured.
absolutely allowed to have peace and quiet in her own home.
Yeah, but
And not some weird man coming in her, one to be like, oh yeah, we'll let this man decide our house.
well, that's where I'm thinking that it might be good to put headphones on. But yeah, I feel like there's more to the story there, wherever it is. I'm just gonna note that. But by the way, you're trying to silence me in many ways, which is an act of oppression. You can set boundaries with reasons and justifications, but a lot of the times it's just like authoritative. And for me, it's just authoritarianism waiting to be brewed at some kind of higher level. But for me, it's not important enough. It's not my hill that I want to die on. I'm just making a
I'm
note.
looking to be called on actual authoritarianism, and I'm calling you on yours. Like,
I don't have-
Hungerstrike is authoritarian.
There's no, there isn't. It's my body autonomy. I'm allowed to express my
You're
charter rights.
encouraging other people. You're using the healthcare system.
What I'm saying is I pay my taxes, and I pay a lot of taxes, and I'm virtually never sick because I treat my body well, whereas a lot of other people are being sucked into these corporate traps and destroying their bodies, and most of our healthcare is going to people who are obese because they don't know how to eat properly anymore, or because they smoke, or because they have some kind of terrible habit, or because they're old and sedentary and they've given up because their children don't really care about them or something has happened to them.
You're literally sedentary.
So
You're choosing to be
yeah, but
sedentary.
I'm saying I'm not these other people. Oh, gosh. I'm saying that I treat my body like a temple, And when I'm under extreme stress right now, which requires a lot of discipline for a political cause, which they are not embodying, they're being selfish and destroying themselves. I'm not laying sedentary for that reason. I am laying this way because I'm hyper productive when I'm on a computer and I'm fasting at the same time. So mine is optimized survival and optimized productivity, not laziness or giving into impulse or addiction or selfishness. And those are the fundamental distinctions. And mine is legally protected in terms of my charter expressions, which is very, very rare in terms of having peaceful protest protected in Canada under charter rights and constitutional rights. So I'm exercising those to the maximum because you can't be violent in this society. You can't go and do anything violent because you'll get a criminal record and they'll destroy you with that even more. So I'm going to stick to this mode because they can never charge me with violence or aggression or all these types of things. And it works. And it's worked like 10 times for me. I got arrested 10 times by the police in front of the courthouse and they didn't give me a single ticket because I wasn't doing anything violent and I wasn't blocking any entrances. They were removing me illegally, which I went to the Chief Justice and I said, these police officers are illegally removing me from my protest. It works for me because I was peaceful. It was a hunger strike and I was on camera and they saw it. I wasn't eating. So for me, I feel like it's a little bit too judgy. You're overstepping your bounds by making those types of claims about me. It's not the same as what other people are doing.
I would like to maybe suggest that when you're talking and you listen to yourself talk about which makes sense because you're on hunger strike, talking about your project, trying to save your life, trying to save all our lives, but you're very egoic in your current state, very focused on only your way is the only way. Oh, if anyone had a way, you're not listening to my way at all.
Well,
you're not listening to the jubilee. You're not listening to the coincidences, the ridiculousness of your birthday having a ridiculous amount of times. You sending me to go find a 10-hour unlisted video and me finding Bentley on it. Because I found the Nobel surprises. Nobel Peace Prize. No one's winning 6 of the same one. They're designed not to have that happen, basically.
Well,
like, we're gonna win them in Denver,
oh man, you just made 7 claims. I need to address one, right? I know, but we need to address these. We need to actually write these down. Well, yes, I can. But what I'm saying is I'm trying to interrupt you and interject, and you're not letting me. Well, that's because I never get to finish. I never get to finish any of my points. So you just said that you just made a bunch of points. So you just said that. Do I get to? Can I have like at least 1 minute to kind of defend myself in some way? So, what I wanted to say earlier was that we have this 3-mode competency model which you can work with. Number 2 is you made the accusation that I don't listen to your plans. I asked you for your plans several times. You didn't want to write them down. I tried to inquire many times. I asked many good-hearted questions. So your claim is not correct. And I don't suppress you all the time. And I say, here's my justification for my reasons. So there's no totalitarianism at all. I give justifications for all my positions. I said about your daughter, I said, oh, I think I sensed something here. I'm not positive. I could be wrong. I don't know your relationship. Those are all hedges, which I think are reasonable, which you're ignoring. And even now, I feel like there's just not a proper analysis taking place. Like earlier, what you had said too was, I was gonna write these down, but now that we're like further into the conversation, what was it? It was that you said, there's just one more thing I want to point out. What the heck was it now? Women, male female LGBTQ. The other one is political economy, which is capitalism, socialism, communism. The last one is the art, religion, philosophy. So those are the three big nuclear dialectics that are quick wins. That if we don't have a lot of time to talk about everything, those are the three we need to talk about. And you start talking about it. But I don't think that matriarchies are any better than patriarchies. If you look at history, women ruling had just as many problems as men ruling. We like to romanticize that women care more. They have cat fights that are more fierce than ever. So it doesn't work. Only the logic and embracing the totality of gender and energies is really what makes great leaders.
Right. The First Nations who did that. The First Nations were a matriarchy. Orcas, elephants, matriarchy. So I sent you the thing on orcas.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't give up meat. We're a matriarchy.
Yeah.
We didn't actually probably totally give up meat to our sons.
Yeah, but if you look at matriarchies do, then what ends up happening are using the men as fall guys to do all the hard work and the protective work. Like even spiders, right? Even these matriarchal spiders, they bite the heads off of the males that mate with them. It's just like, it's not all, it's the females. It's definitely the female spiders, but it's brutal. I'm just saying it's brutal. So I'm giving a counter example to your. So I'm just giving counterexamples because it's always romantic to say one gender is better than the other when it's not true. You need to think in comprehension, like comprehensive wholes.
Yeah, you don't know how I got to where I am.
I'm pretty sure.
What you understand about gender and two-spirit and queer and indigenous, yeah. And further on than that, swinging back the other way to like, right, there is something real and true about the female that we've enslaved instead of listened to. Marriage is an enslavement of the female. Having a shared existence that is not a romantic, monogamous lie, and is actually embodiment of all genders, of all of what creation gives us, but not what men have done to women.
Well, the thing is that the real solution is reason. Women who do not get to express reason are oppressed, and that's what marriages have done in patriarchies. But it also happens in matriarchies. It doesn't matter what the gender is. The oppression, as soon as you start to suppress reason from any side, it turns it into an ism. So you need to make sure that reason is the fundamental determiner, because it's also the determiner between cults and cultures, healthy and unhealthy. So it really comes down to reason.
Not reality.
No, well, reality really is about universal logic. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that this really is?
Anything outside of that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you have the truth, you don't need to see outside of it. To see outside of it is falsity. There we go. Well, I've asked you to write it down, or even go into it, and you say you can't do it. And I'm saying, okay. That's right. That's right. Well, there's a way.
Women flowing together, literally, figuratively, gets to the revolution. Not for men, not even permission. Literally not centrally planned. We are a radical force when we stop fucking with each other for the sake of men and our sons and husbands and fathers and work together. Everyone working together. But that looks like patriarchy.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like a post. Okay. Oh, that might be fair. When the facts change, I change my mind. So you hopefully. That's what reasonable people do.
Absolutely.
But I really feel like history, when I took political science, it showed that matriarchs were just as bad as patriarchs. And sometimes there was good patriarchs and sometimes there was good matriarchs. But history is filled with both types.
Women leaders under the patriarchy are not the patriarchy.
No, what I'm saying that even when women dominated, right? Like even the Amazonian women, there was... What? Yeah, but I'm saying that there's... Yeah, what I'm saying... What I'm saying there's also male examples of that, right? Like, for example... Well, I don't know why you have to put a gender to it because it goes by both. The thing that's the root of it is that whether it's male or female, they're both implementing genuine reason. If you take away genuine reason from either side, it turns into their negative. Men leading without reason turn into patriarchy. Women
I've never
leading.
met an unreasonable woman. No, I've dated women.
Really?
Like, I've literally
Have you? Have you? Well, okay.
We're reasonable. Even though we're the only one to fucking tear your eyes out, we're very reasonable because we're the weaker of the species. So we can't put ourselves into physical danger and be stabbed and raped and stuff. So we have to be smarter, more cunning, faster. We have to do things a different way. And we have, like, women aren't innocent. They don't need to be saved. We need to save ourselves. Men need to come up with a new plan that isn't enslaving women. I don't know what that plan is. It's not for me to come up with. It's for men to come up with.
Well, that's what we've
You're
done.
not going to come on mine. We're all going to be wives. We're all going to be women. We're all going to cook and clean. Except me, not me.
Okay.
But also I cook and clean all the time.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think that's necessarily a wise plan. I don't think any gender has the full balance, right? You have to have all three of those words, male, female, and spirit, to be, I think, complete so that you can be a full person. If you're only one of them, you're going to have a limitation that's going to bring out a contradiction, and then you're going to be fighting that side of yourself. And those people have inner cognitive dissonance that destroys them, or they project them to other people or use other people to complete them, and then they have codependency. And then codependency can turn into domestic violence, or it can turn into a whole bunch of self-worth problems or control problems, controlling that person like they're you because you want to own the relationship. There's a whole bunch of problems that happen when you are not a whole person. And that's what we want to teach, right? We want to teach that you need to be the whole thing. Whether you're
Mark, I think you went from 66 days of hunger to be a woman, to like Muhammad, like Jesus. They're trans women. I mean it very metaphorically, but you've become a woman. Congratulations. I'm already one, and I'm becoming a man in a different way. I've been my whole life.
how are you doing that?
The
Okay.
new world where we all get along. But deal with reality. Not 25,000 point plan versus the white pages. That is done second rate. Says every business planner ever. We're creating it in real time. People coming and making it in real time. People doing the labor they want to in real time. I'm dismantling slavery. Not through volunteer labor. Through doing what you want to do, what you can do and are where you doing, that's it, that's the whole thing. If people aren't doing what you want them to be doing, why aren't they? Are they not aware of it? Or can they not? You can't say whether or not someone else can. If you're not willing to listen to whether or not someone else can do something, how can you possibly meet them where they're at? We are going to meet everyone where they're at. And I'm the first one. I need people to meet me where I'm at. In the crisis that is me, once I'm helped, once my Titanic tanks start unemptying and I'm not at the bottom of the freaking ocean, then I get to start creating. I mean, I'm already creating world solutions. I just can't do anything more than I'm doing. In fact, I can do less and less. People arguing with that doesn't change it.
Well, that's the thing is, I think we actually had a conversation that we wrote down. We actually went through it all in a proper sequence in a way that we can keep track of it. I think we can get somewhere. But now what I've learned in this conversation about form is that we actually really do need to write it down, because there's great points being made. You're making great points. It's just that it's not finishing and it's fragmented. So if we bring in a little bit of coherence, I think we can finish the conversations and get somewhere powerful beyond the one-sided projections. Good arguments are being had on both sides, respectful conversation. And I think we can get somewhere. I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to be solving contradictory positions. So for example, you're saying that all women are reasonable. Well, we can clearly show that. Oh, I thought you said, oh, like you said that probably 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes ago. Yeah. Well, no, you said what you said you've never. What you said was that you've never met an unreasonable woman. Is what you said. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well. All right. Well, we agree then. All right. There's unreasonable men. There's unreasonable women. There's unreasonable LGBTQ. but it is about reason, and that's also what determines between cults and not, and people who listen and people who don't. Like I want to see more of your ideas, and I'm getting a better and clearer picture that you actually do have some really good ideas, and you have some good form. Like you got, like you do have a disorder, right? You do have a disability to a degree, but you are managing it better than most people who have healthy brains and still can't argue. So that's why I don't fully believe that you're that dysfunctional because you're already operating at a level higher than other people.
Right. I'm a genius who knew how to save the world and then had a spiritual awakening and figured out it was the Jubilee. I was already where you are 10 years ago. But I
Wow.
communicated. I made me the problem. I was like, right, so let's communicate better. Oh, no, that's not what needs to happen. I need to figure out online cults and all of this other stuff in order to be able to lead something without a central leader. Guiding those who can't get guided. Cats, teenagers, a teen revolution.
They can be guided.
Struggle on the way to world peace.
Well, they can be. That's okay. Power struggles are okay, but reason has to come forward. Truth can come from children and from high school, or sometimes they see more clearly. There's your biological age doesn't necessarily dictate your level of wisdom, right? And we have a method for measuring that now, so that even children get heard, or even people like you get heard, even though people want to stigmatize them. This is the real beauty of inviting in the three moments of all conversations, right? Abstract understanding, dialectic, and sublation. You need all three of those. So if you can get through the dialectical, that's the moment of tension. All that's doing is externalizing the limit that you're immersed in that you can't see past. But the moment that you can see past it, you know where it is the moment that you can see how to transcend it. That's the whole function of dialectic, what you and I are doing. We're exposing the contradictions that we don't know we're in. And then when we do that and we allow the conversation to get to that point, then we know the limits of it and we can actually integrate it rather than abstractly push it away. Because what you resist persists, right? What you run away from forever conditions you. The only way out is through. And that's why we have to embrace that negative moment respectfully. And if we can have fun by doing it, then I think it'll happen even faster through humor. That's where I totally agree with you. But for right now, the reason why I'm having a hard time believing your claims is because you're already operating at a really good level. It's just that we have to contain the fragmented. Like, even though I'm calling you fragmented, you're less fragmented than other people. So I see a lot of potential here. And if you meet Brian Rose and like all the stuff that I think I sent you, those guys have such a powerful network that they really could do an episode for you. Oh, did you disappear? Okay. I have no idea what happened. Did she boot me out of the StreamYard app? Yeah, I just wanted to say goodbye. I guess I'm going to say goodbye and let you off, but I appreciate you letting me get that last word in. I really appreciate that.
It's true. Shake. Oh, this worked. Stay.
Well, maybe I should go. Should I go? because it looks like we need a break.
Oh, come on. So it helps when I can't even type in what I type in. And this one. Oh,
Let's take that's true. Hey guys, it's Carlos. The same one 2 hours ago. Shock y'all.
shock, yo. Did you turn my words into
Carlos is comparing his book to Michelle Obama's Some Author of Black Boy Joy. We got the name right. You know, Carlos, Dillard, your book got burnt. 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 Because you're a gay man. Because you are a danger to children. In utero, your book got burnt. 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 Carlos is comparing his book to Michelle Obama's Some.
Sorry, literally taking my words back up. All right. Yeah, Mark, I'm gonna have you up to take this down, and I literally don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, here we go. And the last word, and I will end the last.
Okay, yeah. Well, thanks for letting me have the last word. I had got kicked out for some reason. It logged me out, but that was very gracious of you because a lot of people do like the grandstand and they stop it and you didn't do that. So that gives me a sense that you're out for fairness and truth and not just for power and for image. So I enjoy that and I think I'll come back. So I think there's a lot to talk about, but the mistake that I made today is I didn't write down our conversation right away. I do think that it's hard for you to focus. Like I think that's part of the disability, but I think you can because you are operating at a very high meta level already. And I can maybe try and help you rein that in so we can get focused and start moving in a direction that could probably get you declared as the Jubilee worldwide by this bigger network that has the platform. So I feel like subconsciously I'm lining that up already. And yeah, I think that you will probably set a good example, especially for somebody who has a tremendous level of pain already. I think there's something really here. So thanks for letting me say my bits. Okay. Okay. Right, peace.
Okay.
Sure.
Of man, that's pretty good. Mm. What is going on here? Oh, good. Mm. Mm. Ugh.
Oh, nice. Oh, man. All right, just had a lot happen. Uh, This is annoying. Take off the shirt. I'm back hot again. No wonder I'm so hot. I got 2 shirts on. Holy cow, man. Ah, body temperature is all over the place. Ugh. 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 I'm like running low on all my food. It's only been a couple of days. I'm just eating like nuts. Um, what do I want to do? Get fresh food.
I just had an idea. So we're both alumni at the U of A, but Wow, I can't even believe it, Daniel. A dream has come true. I've been watching Brian Rose for 10 years, trying to get in touch with him. Uh, and I got to meet him this morning. He gave us 2 hours of his time, and two of my friends invested, whatever, I think it was 60 grand each, so 120 grand. Plus two more might be investing, plus two more. So I think we raised him like $500,000 to $1 million. That money could have been yours, right? I mean, I revere you to a very high degree, even though I critique you. But I think Brian has an edge. I'm really impressed with him. So, yeah, we're invested in his luxury thing, and the people that we're gonna meet are very, very powerful people. I've already met one, the guy who owns all the Tesla taxis. His son saw me on one of the hunger strikes at the University of Alberta, and stopped, and we had a spiritual discussion. And the hunger strike literally did it all, Daniel. It was the hunger strike, and even the 66 days is so extreme that even people that want to make fun of it aren't actually. They were making fun of the 2 week, 4 week, but 66 days. There's something about it that really shakes people. But when I met Brian Rose this morning, and he's making a special exception. He's got a couple of spots still open, but they're going to close it off here on Thursday. So I'm opening this opportunity to all the people that I think are good and can do good with this, and be a part of this super network, the 1,000 people that he has that can basically move and shake the world. And he says he might put me on his podcast for this Universal Logic. He's going to sit down with me, and I'm going to talk to him about it. And he already has Max Tegmark and Mo Gadat and all the AI experts. He's had them on already since 2023. And he was telling me that what they say on the screen is pretty extreme. But he said when the cameras turned off and they told him like what was really happening, he said it put him in a dark place for a long time. But he shook it off, and now he's trying to pursue optimism. And I think the universal logic is the hope that these super heavyweights need. I don't think you're going to solve it, Dan. I don't think you're going to make it in time. Like breaking through to the universal logic and understanding the true Hegel. Once you understand it, you recognize the pattern. And when I look at your work, you're not in the pattern, man. Like, you're not going to make it in time. I'm just being honest with you. You're not going to make it. And we don't have, even if I taught you, we barely have enough time for me to just tell you straight. So I'm very concerned. I don't know. I thought we were going to make a connection. I thought you could see my work. I thought if it's the hunger strike, just don't pay attention to it. It's not for you. Just don't pay attention to it. It's for other people. And we'll see what Brian thinks. But I really want to focus on this universal logic, and I'll teach you for free. But you gotta put the ego away. You're judging me externally, man. You're judging me as if you know me, and you don't know. So what looks like arrogance, I'm assuming there's something that must look bad. I'm trying not to be that way. I'm trying to be as giving as I can. And Brian recognized it today, and mind you, raised him like $500,000. And there's still more people coming. I'm still sending it to the good hearts and pure minds. But there's tons of money around me. It's just that I need people to believe in what I'm doing, and only you're high enough to get it. If you put in a little bit of elbow grease, you can get it, Daniel. And the world will get it. The only problem is that there's not enough time to maybe with AI, maybe I can translate it with Claude Fable. But yeah, it was a dream come true. It felt surreal. And yeah, I thought, okay, well, maybe we can make a super trifecta. If we can get Raj and you and Brian and my people believing in this, then we could probably still save the world. I don't know what happened with you and Tristan and the rest of that crew. It really feels like Tristan is struggling hardcore. Every time I see his interviews, it's like he's on the verge of tears, because I think he knows you guys don't have the solution. I think he knows we're heading into something horrific, and he doesn't know what to do. Other than like the bland, we got to do more protections, we got to slow it down. Yeah, of course, but what's the thing that's going to sign the alignment or solve the alignment problem for the singularity? It doesn't matter if we can solve it for one or two of the next models of Cloud Mythos. We need to solve it for the next 1,000 to 1,000,000 models to 1,000,000,000, because it's going to go to infinity. And universal logic is eternal, Daniel. It's God's mind. Hegel was right. He was right. I wrote it in the proof of truth. I thought it was gonna blow your mind. Even when I did Forrest Landry's immanent metaphysics, and I said, well, we need to align this immanently, so it's the immanently ordered immanent metaphysics. I thought you guys would have thought that was genius, right? It's so powerful, and I still can't believe it. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing wrong here? And maybe I'm being a little bit too aggressive and critiquing you too much, but I don't want to get into an artificial kiss our butts kind of relationship, because then you can't be honest with each other. I don't know how you and Raj do it. It sounds like it's mutual, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Brian's a little bit more hard nosed, but also gentle hearted, so he can take, I think, a lot more. So I'm inviting you into this. He's closing it on Thursday, so I think you got 2 days or so, 3 days, or whatever it is. And then he closes it for 6 months, and it's 50 grand buy-in, $10,000 buy-in to the club, being connected. And yeah, he's got 1,000 of the best people on earth. So it's the network is how we got the opportunity. So you can watch the videos. I wrote this message to my sister and her husband. Right, they're surgeons and they're considering investing right now. So that's why I wrote it. But it's the same information. So there you go. And I think he has something here, and it confirms my fear that wealth concentration is at all-time highs. It's continuing and it's rapidly increasing. To have 10,000 ultra-wealthy families move to Dubai in a single year, mimicking the previous year and plan for this year and the next year, means that the ultra-wealthy are migrating and preparing for catastrophe. Bunker sales are at all-time highs. Kushner just bought that 600, or was it 6,000 bunkered complex on Angola's island or whatever it is, or is it Albania's island? That's very serious. I mean, they're preparing, and yeah, I think Brian's got his finger on the pulse. So, please, Daniel, please give it a chance, man. Please talk to me at least a couple of times. I promise you, I have something important to say. I promise you. If there's anything I can do besides give up the Hungerstrike, I'll give up talking to anybody. I'm not interested in talking. If there's anything else I can do, like, I will do it. I just think that there's a higher chance of moving things with the Hungerstrikes than talking to you still, unless you give me some kind of guarantee or something, like anything more than silence over the last 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't go for it either. It's like it's too unstable. It's like this, the guy never responds to you, and yeah. So I think I'm making a wise decision there. I must have offended you on some deep level. Like, I can't believe you're still holding out. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what lesson you're trying to teach me. So hopefully Brian can fill those shoes and we can change the world together. So wish us luck if I don't see you in there. But if you do go, I got Brian's phone number personally, and then I'll just connect you to him. He'll get your number, and then you can set up a meeting with him directly if you don't want to share your financials with me there. But if you want me there, I can explain to both of you. But if you want to just take advantage of the opportunity yourself for your guys' own projects, I think there's a super opportunity here. And you still are one of the best people that I've seen. I think that it was smart to break away from the meta-modern community, because I think you're operating at a higher level. But it's not high enough for universal logic. Like, it needs to be God's government. All right, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. I don't even know if you're listening to these, but hopefully you read the post here and watch a couple of the videos. I'm excited. It's surreal. It's like, wow. All right, peace out.
Okay, Fraser, you're probably wondering what the heck is this post about? And today I met this man, Brian Rose. I don't know if you've seen him, but I've been trying to meet this guy for 10 years. He's one of the only people I've vouched for as sublating and being balanced, real potential to change the world, not naively. And so he has this opportunity, and I jumped at it, and I got a couple of friends to invest 60 grand, and might get a couple more in there. But I do think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, not even just for the properties, but just to be connected to this guy's inner circle. It's just remarkable. So I'll hopefully get on a show and hopefully teach universal logic and really push this quickly. But I kind of thought, well, you know what? Maybe you're one of the only people from my old network that came on your own. That's so rare. So you're standing out, like, out of all the people that I know and all the things happening right now. The way that my brain thinks about it is there's like a golden shimmer around you for some reason, some kind of like mystical thing where like you're here for a reason. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but my intuition is saying, well, maybe you're supposed to do this. You're wealthy and got a lot of opportunities, and this is one that I think would serve very well. I think the luxury places is great. You know, you'll meet some of the wealthiest families in the world, like a couple of soccer players and probably Cristiano Ronaldo, and like all these superstars, right, are buying these houses. But I think it's scary because it's confirming my fear that, you know, wealth concentration is at all-time highs, and it's intensifying. It's leaving behind the rest of the human species. These people are seeing something coming, and they're protecting themselves. And what they're probably protecting themselves from is the Megacrisis. World War III with China is supposed to start in 2027, so we got like half a year, maybe a year. We'll see. But yeah, no one ever gets 50% returns on real estate. It's just such a smart idea what he has. So anyway, if you're looking for something like this, I can find no better. This is surreal. The fact that I got to meet Brian Rose this morning for not 1 but 2 hours. He was going to give us 45 minutes. He gave us 2 hours because another friend came in late, and he gave the presentation again. So I got Brian's personal number, and if you want a one-on-one and you're serious about potentially investing, or if you actually have the money, then we'll set it up, and then you can meet him on your own, or if you want me to come in there. But, you know, if you don't want me to see your personal finance, well, I've already asked you for it, right? The universal meritocracy, to be radically honest. But yeah, I really feel like something incredible is here. So you're one of the people that has stuck your neck out even a little bit. So hopefully, if this is some kind of reward for you, there you go. The 1,000 people on his show, London Real, are just they're amazing too. So you're getting something amazing. Okay. I'm just gonna send that off and see if you don't need it, don't act on it, then it wasn't meant to be. But now you know about it. And I wrote the post for my sister and her husband, I think. So it's just the links are in there. Just look at the links, and yeah. Hopefully this can spark some more magic. Okay, peace. Okay, my good man, you're probably wondering, like, what the heck is this? I wrote this post about my friends doing this investing thing with Brian Rose, and I've been trying to meet Brian Rose for 10 years. This guy is solid and ethical, and so I thought, well, anybody with a pure heart deserves to have this opportunity. And it's really being connected to his network that is incredible, and you get to talk with them. If you buy into the club, you get to talk to him once a week, all year. And yeah, so I'll even though I don't have any money, I connected him to a few of these opportunities, and he heard me talk about AI, and I said, do you know anybody? He says, yeah. He says, I had top 4 AI experts on my show already in 2023, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So we might have a chance to save the actual world. But anyway, if you know a little bit about real estate and all this, nobody ever makes like 50% on real estate, not within a year. And he found a way, and I think he's right. I think that it's concerning because he says in the video, it says 10,000 ultra wealthy families moved to Dubai this year, and there's like so much supply but not enough, like too much demand and not enough supply to like give these people the homes that they want. and they're ultra wealthy. They don't care what the price is. They'll pay like $25-37 million for these villas, and you get to meet them. But it just means that wealth concentration is actually happening. These people, I think, are sensing that the mega crisis is coming, and they're relocating before the United States goes to war with China in 2027, this next year. So, an AI, like Claude Mythos AI, is building as we speak. It's all crescendoing. So this guy can help you buy a property into other people's properties, but he can also help you find a place there. And I know a couple of people who are already buying up, doing both, because if crap hits the fan, you can get a golden visa for 10 years and you just go move there and live there. It's like the easiest time ever to get these things. So I'm passing it to you, my friend. You've always had a pure heart. I doubt you're going to need this, but if for any chance you have 50, 60 grand kicking around, this opens the doorway to a new world. And I think buying into the luxury is interesting. Meeting like those ultra wealthy families is can help change the world. But I actually think it's being connected to his network and the good vibe and the incredible energy that it will be life transforming. And he said it transformed his life, and I know what he's talking about, because when I did that with Make Poverty History, I started getting all these like hundreds of students around me that want to help, and they were all like the wealthy children of the most wealthy people and the most good-hearted people in the province, in the world. So it changed my life. Just running a student group and trying to change the world introduced me to some of the best people in the world that I never would have met ever otherwise. So this is another opportunity like this. I don't think you'll ever find anybody who has the Wall Street experience and the ethicality and the spirituality. He's a very unique and unusual person. Like, there's almost nobody like him. Did you have Wall Street experience so he can protect us, his network, from the sharks, but also have the acumen to compete and do ethical things. And he's done ayahuasca and a bunch of stuff. So he just didn't like banking. He's like, banks don't care about you, and you just couldn't do it anymore. And like, that's rare. It's so rare, man. So there you go. I'm only passing this by my friends. It ends on Thursday, I mean. But I got his personal phone number. He says, Mark, if you recommend anybody who's serious, you gotta be serious, you have to have the actual money, then I'll pass you directly to him. I'll just be like, hey Brian, here's my friend, known him since childhood, pure heart. He wants to change things, but he also wants to invest wisely. So I think paying the 10 grand to get part of the person, like the 1,000 person network of these amazing world leaders, like it's a once in a lifetime thing. Seriously, I've been trying to meet this guy for 10 years, and it's surreal. It finally happened. He didn't just give us 1 hour; he gave us 2 hours, and two of my friends put in 60 grand each. And so he made 60 grand. Plus, two more people might put in, and it's a pretty good for this level. It's pretty amazing that he's asking for such a small amount. Usually, these types of things ask for like 100 to 200 to $1 million. But he's trying to help the ordinary person get into these circles and to protect them. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I thought I would pass it by. You're one of the people I'll pass it by, even if you can't get into it. About it now. So go ahead. Take care. And I wrote that message to Jen and Gab, so don't worry about some of the information. The links are what I'd like you to see. Okay, peace. I'm like saying the same thing over and over and over again. Okay, Andrew, I wanted to send this thing to you because you messaged me here at a weird time. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to message this to you, but we just got this guy named Brian Rose. I've been trying to talk to this guy for 10 years. It's amazing. He is offering a great opportunity. So if you had 50, 60 grand kicking around and still, like, in her sagacity financially recognizes the opportunity here, it's really incredible to build these ultra luxury homes, because it's true, man. Like I'm telling you, the mega crisis is coming, and all these ultra wealthy families are getting out of Dodge and going to these safe havens where their money can be protected and themselves. Like they're doing it. 10,000 families moved to Dubai last year, and my sister says a lot of her surgery friends have moved there. just in case. So there's like a lot of talent there, and a lot of money, and a lot of opportunity, and a lot of everything. Even with Iran, they're shooting missiles, they were able to defend themselves. So I think that you deserve it, man. I don't know if you're supposed to come on board or do what, but it's there. I guess personal phone number. He says if I recommend somebody, he's only got a couple slots left. He's closing it down on Thursday to make sure that everybody gets an investment opportunity. They're doing one a month, and yeah, I'm sending him you and other people that I think are pure-hearted. Even though we're broke, right? Maybe Cecile has an idea. Maybe you should get her a loan or something. I don't know. I think it's worthy. It really is a once in a lifetime. It feels surreal that I talked to him for 2 hours this morning with 3 of my friends. And we like 2 of them invested 60 grand already, and another 2 are thinking about doing it. And I have like maybe 1 or 2 more people who might get in. And my other friend has 2 to 4 more people that he wants to get in as well. So yeah, I might even get on this guy's episode. He might even connect me to the AI leaders so that they can do universal logic. Okay, Jeff, I sent you this message here. It was initially written to Jen and Gab because they actually came to this guy's meeting this morning. And what you're looking at is a once in a lifetime opportunity, dude. I've been trying to meet this guy for 10 years. This is one of the only Wall Street investors that had a spiritual revolution and hated working as a banker. And he said, he's one of the only honest ones. He says, banks don't care about you. He said, I couldn't do it anymore. So he started up his own thing. And now he's like protecting people and sharing his Wall Street advice and connecting to the ultra rich, so that we can get a return. He says, I'm trying to get the ordinary person like 50 grand. Like the minimum buy-in is 50 grand, and then 10 grand to get to his network. I think just his network is worth way more being a part of. It'll change your life. And you were trying to change your life. Like, this is not just listening to a podcast. You're going to be rubbing shoulders with 1,000 of the world's most powerful, good-hearted people that want to change the world and see the world going to hell. So, like, you can buy into the luxury real estate, and you'll make, like, 50% to 95% returns. It's unheard of. In, like, 6 months to a year. Whereas normally it's real estate, you got to hold on to it for 5, 10, 20 years before it's worth anything, right? So, it's just a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Opportunity, man. And I'm only passing it around good-hearted people. You have to have the money first of all, obviously, so you might have good savings because you're a hard-working man. But it's also that your heart has stayed pure all these years, and that's woman biting. My childhood friends that were pure, and some of the other guys that I've met in the meantime. So I met Brian Rose this morning. It was surreal, man. It was surreal. Met with him for 2 hours. He gave the presentation twice when my other friend came in. And 2 of my friends gave 60 grand already, so they're already a part of it. And Jen and Gab are still, they were working in the hospital all day, so they're probably watching the videos deciding right now. But a lot of their doctor friends already went to Dubai and were telling them to buy property and stuff like that. So I think Brian protects the people that are in his network. He's very loyal. So yeah. If you decide to jump in on it, I might even get on his show. I don't have any money, but because I'm connecting him to really good people, he says the vibe feels good. He says you guys feel right, and I'm like, yeah, I know, some of the best people in the world. So when he said that, I thought, you know what, I'm going to invite some more people, and he said he's closing it down on Thursday, for 6 months. But yeah, I think that if you're serious, I got his personal phone number, and I can connect you guys, and you can set a meeting with him. If you want me to come with you, I definitely can. And yeah, I can get universal logic to AI at the same time. He's already had the top 4 AI experts like on his show 2 years ago, but now he's got this investment, and it really is a sign that people are running away from the problem because they know it's real. They're literally buying bunkers. Jared Kushner and Trump's family bought a $600 compound bunker system that's like 15 kilometers deep. It's either 600 or 6,000, I can't remember. It's like on this island of Angola or Albania or something like that, next to Italy. So it's just, why are they doing this? Is because bunker sales are high to protect themselves. Jeff, and we're being left behind. So it's real. It's a real opportunity. So yeah, let me know if you're interested, and if not, that's totally cool. I just wanted to share like what could be a life-changing thing, especially if you want to help change the world now. You know, these are the shakers and movers that have the power to do it. Like 1,000 of the world's most powerful, plus these people having their homes built, are not foolish. There's some of the wealthiest people, like wealthy soccer players, wealthy people that know what's going on. We have fun. So that's why I'm sending it to you. Okay? All right, my friend. Peace, peace, peace. Okay, Justin. So a dream kind of came true this morning. I've been trying to meet Brian Rose for 10 years. And he has like this channel called London Real, and maybe you know about it. He's got 1,000 of the most amazing, pure-hearted people on there. So for 50 grand, you can get into this luxury property thing, where like you can make 50% returns, maybe even 95%. I think you're saying, in 12 months from 6 to 12 months, unheard of. And it's scary in a way because it's confirming my fear, which is that, you know, you said 10,000 of these ultra wealthy families have moved to Dubai this year alone, and they're not here to flip houses. They're re-renovating them, paying a big premium because they want to live in the houses and stay there. You can get a golden visa in no time, which is a 10-year living permit. Unheard of, super easy, no personal tax, and the way that they do the investing is they use Mara, this like special organization that builds like an English court in Dubai, and they do all the transacting through that, and then all the investors get paid first back into these Mara accounts, which then goes back into the entity that is investing, the country that it is in. So you pay the taxes of wherever your entity is, not what's in Dubai or anywhere else. So I think it's like very ethical, very smart. Yeah, so he's got a world-class network that can literally change the world. And he's entertaining the idea of having me on his show, covering universal logic and Hungerstrike and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, this is one of the very few people in the world that I vouch for, spiritually and materially. He's not completely, perfect, but he's one of the best. I trust him a lot. That you can't get more protected spiritually and materially than what he has here. It's just an incredible balance of Wall Street and like spiritual revolution. He just couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't do this exploded banking thing, and yeah, did a 180 and is using his skills for good and yeah, getting to know these ultra wealthy families who have the power to actually shape and change the world is another very positive thing. So I'm sending this to the pure-hearted people. Of course, I'm disappointed in some of the ways that things have gone to me, but you're still a good person, Justin. And even though I think you're doing the wrong things, I think in the end you'll do the right thing. We'll have to see. Free will is free will. But here you go. I'm passing it by you. I got Brian's personal phone number. We met him for 2 hours this morning. It's incredible. Two of my friends have already, one of them, already invested 60 grand, pub fee and the minimum 50 into the luxury. And then yeah, my other friend invested too. And then Jen and Gab are thinking of investing. Gab came this morning actually. He was at the hospital. This really is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So he bought me some food, some cucumbers. And I'm recovering. I tried jumping and I can't get off the ground. Like my legs still feel like lead. It's been like 11 days. It's like my recovery is way different than normal. This really was extreme. So there it is for you. You can look at the links. I wrote for just I wrote for Gab and for my sister, but it's got his information in there. Um, but yeah, I got his number. If you have the money for real and you're serious, then you can join the crew. But yeah, it's gonna close in 2 days, and he's making a couple of special slots for anybody that I recommend. So yeah, you're one of those people, Justin. Even though I'm very mad at you, I think you're a fool. I think Brian Rose is not a fool, and if you can get these AI experts and these social justice experts coming in, I think they might be able to teach you something. But okay, if you can't act, that's totally fine. It's just there for you. All right. Peace. Yeah. So we talked about that in Iran and what's going to happen in the future. And Brian Rose was saying that these guys were not worried. They were like having coffees in the malls, and um, and when did you go to Dubai? Like recently with Israel? Like what the heck? That's intense. But yeah, they have one of the best missile defense systems, and Israel's not attacking Dubai. It was Iran. But yeah, I guess they stopped attacking. Like 10,000 families went there this year. They migrated there with the golden visa. So people aren't just going there to work; they're going there to live, and they're not planning on leaving. They're buying these luxury homes not to flip them, but to literally stay in the safety of this area, because even if it's dangerous with warheads or whatever, it's less dangerous than the places that they are currently living, whether climate change or geopolitics or whatever. So we talked about that earlier today, and it's not scaring anybody away. Everybody's staying in Dubai, despite it all, because we're in danger everywhere we go. Like even the United States could plow into us, from the south and take over Canada before we can even mobilize our forces. The only way that Canada could be defended is if France and Britain basically come to our aid and provide some reinforcements with Germany and the rest of the G7. That's the only thing. Like we would lose the war to the United States so fast. They would come into Alberta probably first and just start taking over the oil sands and the supply. Like it's so extreme what is happening. We got the Russians in the north. Trump's trying to take Greenland. It's like it's dangerous everywhere. And if we get attacked, Cold Lake is one of the first place. This is probably the second place that's going to get nuked or bombed. So anyway, I think that we're all in trouble where we are, and universal logic is got to get into these guys' hands. So yeah, if we can encourage him to see, I put Mark on your show, get these experts on him right away. You could just put in a good word, just like Johnny did and a few others. And he listened, this Brian guy. So if you go on there and said, yeah, you don't fully understand me, but you think I'm onto something, get the experts to understand, Mark me, then that could speed things up as well. But yeah, I still think it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, because all the other markets are crap or are hurting just as much because of the supply chain. And the fact that they're growing there is a signal that this thing is resilient as hell.
Okay, Matthias, you're probably thinking, what the heck did I send you here? And I met this guy, Brian Rose, this morning, and it was surreal. I've been trying to meet this guy for 10 years, and it finally happened, and I got him on LinkedIn now and a whole bunch of things. So he didn't just meet us for 1 hour, he met us for 2 hours. And it's an incredible opportunity, man. I don't know if you have the funds, but even the $10,000 to be a part of his network is, I think it's worth even more than the luxury real estate or whatever he's doing there. I trust him. He's got Wall Street experience, but he's not a shark. He protects people from sharks. He's got the perfect balance. He had a spiritual revolution in 2010. I did ayahuasca 12 times since then, and is using his skills for good. And with 10,000 families, ultra wealthy families, moving to Dubai in just 1 year last year, is a sign that I'm right, that the mega crisis is coming and they're running to try and get to the most secure places on earth. And even though Dubai has war with Iran and all the rest of it, with compared to what's coming, with a war with China and supply disintegration and the United States taking over Canada and all these weird things, Dubai is still probably one of the safest places because it's surrounded by desert. Like, you can see people coming from miles away. Even the rockets they can detect, and plus Israel will protect them too. It's incredible. And they're leaving the OPEC. So, what he told me was incredible. Brian knows his stuff. He works at the elite level, like JP Morgan Chase, all the rest of it. So all his financials are ethical though. And he just wants to help people financially, but also spiritually. And my friend vouched for me to go on his show and talk about universal logic. And we're like, yeah, do you know anybody? He says, Mark, look, I've already gotten the top 4 AI experts in the world on my show in like 2023. So they were way ahead of the curve. And so that was really reassuring that he could basically connect us to Anthropic and get this universal logic into Cloud Mythos, like immediately. So if you have 50, 60 grand to put into this, I'm only sending this to people that have pure hearts. He's shutting it down in like recruiting on Thursday. And then for 6 months, he's just guaranteeing that everybody gets at least one sale. They're making deals every month. He thinks the opportunity will be dried up in 5 years just because it'd be saturated by that point. Right now, there's so much demand and not enough like supply. He says these families are coming here to move. They're willing to pay a big premium. It's like never before, like nowhere else can you make 50% your investment as profit in 6 months to a year. Usually, you have to hold those properties for multiple years, like 5, 10 years. But these people are ultra wealthy. They don't care about the money. They care about the quality, and they care about having the investors that his show brings. So, anyway, it's surreal, and it's real. And I'm passing it along to you because I think you're real about your spirituality making change, and you pass into highfalutin communities like the TEDx and China. Oh, I got interrupted. Yeah, so I'm just saying, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Like, I've been trying to get a hold of this guy for 10 years. Saying he's just surrounded by incredible people, 1,000 of the world's best people he interviewed, and they're on a show. And I got to meet him for 2 hours today. My friends, both of them are sold right there, 60 grand each. They both put in, and my other 2 friends are probably they're probably thinking of putting in as well. So that's up to you though. I just know an incredible opportunity when I see one, and I've been waiting for this for a long time. I can't even believe it. I can't believe I met him. It happened. It was a real call. It really was just him and us one on one, and he answered all of our questions.
and he made the presentation twice for my friend who came late. And said a really nice word about me. It was great. It really was. So this one is for you, my friend, whether you act or not. It's an incredibly life-changing opportunity. I think you deserve it. So hopefully we'll see you in there. If you have any other questions, let me know. But I got Brian's number, like I said. So if you want to talk to him and you're serious, or you have somebody else who's interested, like was it Sam Valentine? Or Tanya, or somebody at that level that can afford it. He'll even give you tours. So if I do Dubai, he'll show you the properties. So, yeah, if you know anybody else, we got a couple of days left, and yeah, up to you. Oh, somebody's leaving me a message here. Yeah, let me know. Okay, peace. I got his personal phone number, so you can be talking to him in an hour if he's not on a call, or within the day for sure. It's just a miracle, honestly. Huh. Okay, let me know. Peace.
At the AI meeting that you said you're gonna help with this guy. Yeah, Dubai. I would go there as a short work, especially if you want to swim. Yeah, I heard it's ultra high network there. I work with like some like high network, one of my work families. Not like a country club right now. It doesn't feel that special. They just treat you like smile and do their thing. So they know you're like I said, you're like basically hotel staff. Unless like, you're acquaintances or friends outside of that, but you can't work with them like the cultural one thing. Maybe who knows? Definitely will pursue something like that. Currently, right now, I'm working on the still thing. You're still working on yourself. I think I'm writing a book right now on quads. I think I'll make a pop-up book with the Kickstarter on Strike to actually have stuff way faster. Because since I've been rebel and inventive and innovative and creative, I've been able to kind of find some ways to hack and find ways of teaching you how to swim better. So I figured wrap it up in nice.
Okay, the Mr.'s Waggy, or whoever is on my YouTube. Thanks for asking question. Yes, I'm here, but I only read my comments around 7, 8 o'clock, sometimes 9 o'clock. So there's like a 2-hour window where I check these. Actually, it's more like a 1-hour window between 8 and 9 is when I check it. Sometimes 10. But yeah, if you want to hear my response to you, this is it. And you can do it again in the morning, 12 hours from now, and 12 hours from then. I'm getting hungry, you guys. I am so happy I get to eat. You can see that I work all day like this. Just non-stop calls, just non-stop connections, coding in the background. It's just like non-stop because we need to move quickly. We need to save ourselves. It's worth it. We're sacred. It's worth it. Despite our behaviors and our mistakes, you're sacred. You're worth it. You're worth the hunger. Okay. I'm on day, I think, 10 or 11 of recovery. Like, what day am I on here? Am I on day 10? I don't know. Let's check it. I'm just going to do this before I forget because I keep forgetting.
Eventually, you have a message and make a pop-up book with Kickstarter and then, etc., etc. I just don't make inventions on you. Whatever. You have inventions also. Dubai might be an option. Canada's not really much of an option. Korea's maybe an option also for us.
Very cool. Oh, welcome to my stream to save your life. I just survived the 66-day hunger strike. After I had already gone on 20 hunger strikes before this one of increasing severity, but my longest hunger strike before this was 28 days, so 66 days is by far the most extreme. And I almost died, but you're worth it, okay? We are in a mega crisis, and it is confusing, and everything looks normal, and, how can there be such a disaster coming? It'll hit you so fast when it does happen. You'll feel like you're in a dream, because the crises are exponential. They're compounding off of each other. So it's like by the time you see it, it hits you. It's like a baseball. By the time you see it, and you go to raise your hand, it already hits you in the face. So that's what it's going to be like. So please join me. And we were just on this call with this amazing guy named Brian Rose. If you don't know him,